Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Here. Thank you, sir. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm here.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you. Chair, you have 4 members constitute a quorum.
Thank you, committee members, auto staff, and all the folks that are on the call. Yat Nikadini Doli. Bizya, Honorable Charlene So, could you provide us the invocation for today's proceedings?
Akushi. Heavenly Father, we come to you today. We give you all the praise and glory. We lift your name above all names. Father God, I ask that you guide us and be with us today. As Health, Education, Human Service Committee members, we have important discussions and issues at hand. And every day, Father God, we deal with tough decisions. And sometimes we question if we're even doing enough. Sometimes we wear ourselves really thin into extreme tiredness. But Father God, I ask that you replenish our strength and to provide knowledge and wisdom where we may be lacking. And Father God, I ask that you give us rest. And when we're dealing with this pandemic, Father God, we are losing so many across the world, your children, our brothers and our sisters, and our dear relatives on the reservations. Father God, I ask that you have mercy upon us, for we are your children. And you always say that you will be there to provide whenever we may call upon you. And I'm asking that you'll please protect us with safety and guidance. Protect our health, Father. Protect our children. Protect our elders, our parents, our brothers and our sisters. Protect our staff there and out in Window Rock, all 3 branches, within all departments and divisions. And Father God, I ask that you please bless our veterans. Every day there's so much challenges and it can be frustrating to many. But Father God, I ask that you bring calm to a lot of this storm. And God Almighty, I ask that you please be with us in this meeting. Help us find great solutions and understanding. And Lord Jesus, Father God, I know that we are not perfect. I ask that you forgive us of all the sins that we have committed to this day. Forgive us for we do not know what we say or do at times. And that our greed, our selfishness, our lack of understanding and trust get in the way. But Father God, please know that we are only human. We are nothing compared to you. But please have mercy upon us. Make us new today. And whether we may be dealing with a sickness or stress or anything, Father, you know, you see it. I don't know where heaven is, but Father God, you see us. I ask that you lay your healing hand upon each and every one of us. Bring healing, And please, Father God, I know some are mourning, some are grieving. Heal their hearts, Father. And I know you hear their cries. I ask that you please be with them. Surround them. Put your arms around them. Deliver them, Father. And please send your angels, your guardian angels, to be with us every day and every night so that we may rest and that we will work throughout the day efficiently, safely. And God Almighty, I ask of this in your Son, Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
I had lunch, busy. Thank you for acknowledging the Creator and the power that He has. And we certainly stand with you in this prayer. Committee, we'll go to announcements. Do any of the committee members wish to make an announcement?
Chair Salona.
Hey, that is now us. You have the floor.
Oh, that is so. Good morning, sir, and good morning to everybody on the call and members of the HES. I just wanted to let you know I'm on the call. I missed the roll call earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Sheila, Aru, committee members. I got a text from Vice Chair Slater that RDC is meeting at Wheatfield's chapter, and I'm sure he's doing the protocols of welcoming and providing coffee for the RDC members. With that, he'll be jumping on a little later.
Yes.
Oh, Liz, go ahead.
Some point in our meeting, I asked that my HESI committee members excuse me for the time that I will be presenting my legislation to RDC. Thank you.
Let us know. And Honorable Slater is on the call right now, but he's basically acknowledging that he'll be on the call in respect to some of the duties and the aspects of RDC proceedings. But Ayla, so we go to recognizing guests and visiting officials. For the folks on the call, please introduce yourself.
Yate, Mr. Chair, this is Derek Franklin from OPVP. Thank you.
Yate, Chairman Sinha, and distinguished members of the committee, Leonard Chi with IXS, Yate Shnanta, and all those are listening.
Good morning, Lavita Maestas with the Department of Education.
Yate Shaniya Bob Ipoyincha, Rehoboth Christian School Executive Director. Thank you for letting me join you today.
Yate, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Oh.
Hello? Yate, this is Zane James with Western Sky Community Care. Thank you for having us.
Mr.
Morning,
Chair,
Marky Siazi. Marky Siazi, Office of Indian Self-Determination, Naval Area IHS. Thanks.
Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Health, Education, Human Service Committee, this is Dr. Begay, Superintendent of Schools for Department of Diné Education. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Lisa Crane with Sevier School District.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. This is Karen Malone, Associate Deputy Director Acting for Navajo.
Good morning, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. This is Deanna Neswood-Gishi, Navajo Nation Division of Social Services Executive Director.
Good morning, Chair, committee members. This is Michelle Morris of Navajo Department of Health, Legislative Analyst. I'm on the call.
You are unmuted.
This is Yvonne Key Billison with Navajo Area IHS.
And has Mr. Kenneth Maryboy gotten on the call?
Jacqueline, what about?
You're getting the same thing, Sue.
That is.
Whoops, who was that? Let's proceed on to item number 3, the review and the adoption of today's agenda. Ms. Angelita Benali.
Yes, Yate Bene, Mr. Chair, and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have your proposed agenda for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting, February 9th, 2022. Presiding is the Honorable Daniel E. So, Chairperson, and the Honorable Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson. Place is via telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. 1 is for January 19th, 2022 and January 20th, 2022. 5, receive reports. A is a follow-up update by Sevier District School District and Richfield Residential Hall. Approved BIE contractual payments to the Sevier School District for the education of Native American students. Presenters are Lisa Crane, Director of Social Services or Special Services and Federal Programs with Sevier School District in Utah, and Cody Workman, Executive Director for Richfield Residential Hall. And invited for the presentations are officials from the Bureau of Indian Education, Navajo area, including the BIE Executive Director, Tony Bierman, Sharon Pinto, Deputy Bureau Director, Dr. Walter Coulter, Acting Education Program Administrator, Dr. Edie Morris, Education Program Administrator, and Karen Malone, the Acting District Superintendent, Bureau of Indian Education, Navajo Area Office. B, report presentation by Western Sky Community Care regarding managed care for health insurance for Medicaid eligible individuals. Presenters are Mr. Zane James, Tribal Liaison, Mr. Eric Lujan, Director of Tribal Relations, Nicole Pino, Supervisor of Tribal Program Development, Shania Ramon, Sales Executive, and all are with the Western Sky Community Care. 6, new business A is legislation number 0013-22. B is legislation number 0014-22. C is legislation number 0020-22. 7, old business, none. 8, close meeting, announcements, adjournment, in the next meeting. Mr. Chair.
Motion, Delegate Paul.
Oh, Helga Sheila, thank you, Ms. Bernal.
Second, Alona.
I'll recognize the motion by Honorable Paul Begay and the second by Honorable Edison Wanika, and a third by Honorable Pernell Halona. Committee members? There was a request by San Juan County Commissioner Kenneth Maryboy to present to the committee, the San Juan County, Utah County Commissioner. And we had relayed the call-in numbers and those aspects. And I was hoping to ask the committee to amend the agenda to include that presentation as the first item under receiving reports. Do we have Commissioner Maryboy on the call? Going once, Commissioner Kenneth Maryboy. Twice, 3 times. So I guess committee members will just
Chair?
have to. Oh,
Hey, Chair, committee members, staff, and everyone online. This is Edmund Yazzie calling in, okay?
Che. Thank you for calling
Hey,
in.
Bennett.
Oh, are you at Continental Divide again?
I am in Coolidge, New Mexico, home site 18714. Okay?
Oh,
No, Chair,
okay.
members, I'm online to just want to show my support for Honorable Halona's legislation, sir.
Oh, with Edole. Che.
Go ahead.
Okay. Committee members, since Commissioner Maryboy hasn't responded, we'll just add him to next week's agenda. With that, without no amendments, the motion and the second. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
No, it was green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Chair, you have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Committee members, let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. With that, we go to item number 4 of the adopted agenda. Reviewing and adopting the journals for January 19th and January 20, of the year 2022. Mr. Mose.
Yes, Chair, I emailed them out yesterday morning at 9:34. Motion, Juanica.
Thank you,
Second. That will get the good.
Mr. Mose, and I'll recognize the motion by Honorable Edison Juanica and the second by Honorable Paul Begay. Committee members, is there any corrections or deletions on these
Journals.
journals? If there aren't any, Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene Stowe.
Green.
Honorable Charlene Stowe votes green. Honorable Edison J. Juanica. Green. Honorable Edison J. Juanica votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, did you say, Mr. Mose?
Yes, sir. 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
And 0 opposed. I think Honorable Halona lost connection on the telephone call, and the chair not voting. Thank you. Let's go to item number 5. 5A, under receiving reports. Miss Angelita Benali, could you present that
Mr.
item?
Chair. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have number 5, receiving reports. A is a follow-up update by Sevier School District and Richfield Residential Hall. And it's regarding the approved Bureau of Indian Education contractual payments to the Sevier School District for the education of Native American students. Presenters are Lisa Crane, Director of Special Services and Federal Programs of Sevier School District in Utah, and also Cody Workman, Executive Director for Richfield Residential Hall, College and Career Prep, also located in Richfield, Utah. Invited for the presentation from the Bureau of Indian Education are Tony Dearman from the Washington office as a director, and Ms. Sharon Pinto, Deputy Bureau Director, Dr. Walter Coulter, Acting Education Program Administrator for the Navajo Bureau Operated Schools, and Dr. Edie Morris, Education Program Administrator. Also is Karen Malone, the Acting District Superintendent with the Bureau of Indian Education Navajo Area Office. However, she introduced herself as the Associate Deputy Director for Navajo Area for the BIE. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. So let's go to the Sevier School District and the Richfield Residential Hall. Presenters, Miss Lisa Crane. You have the teleconference floor.
I just want to begin by stating that in addition to myself here representing Sevier School District, our business administrator has also joined the call. Business Administrator Chad Lloyd is in attendance as well. Unfortunately, Mr. Workman had National Guard duties that has pulled him to Washington, D.C. So he is trying to have scheduled some meetings while he's in DC with Tony Dearman to discuss this matter further, but he's actually not in on the call today. I think I'm saddened to say that I don't really have any updates for you. Our status quo is the same since I last reported to you. In December, we were able to secure a contract with the BIE. And with that, we have received for this school year, ISEP funding, transportation funds, and the first installment of the Title I allocation. What was omitted from the contract this year and is still up for debate are Part B funds for special education and Title II funds, as well as Title IV funds were also omitted from our contract that had previously been included. I did send an email last week requesting an update. I know BIE had requested a meeting with the Office of Special Education Programming with the federal government. And we, in addition to the Utah State School Board, had also requested to be present during the meeting. We were denied that request by BIE as it was a meeting between council. And so they were moving forward with meeting without us. So our stance was to kind of wait and see the outcome of that meeting. And then if needed, Sevier School District, in conjunction with the Utah State Board of Education, requesting a meeting as well with the Office of Special Education Programming. When I reached out last week to find out the status of that meeting and where we were at a point in the school year where we're looking at staffing for next year and looking at, we're at a point where we need to make a decision if we have staff that we need to let go because the funding source behind them is no longer with the omission of those funds that I previously mentioned. And Mr. Workman, 2 days after, followed up with another request for an update of the status. At that point in time, we did not hear from anyone from BIE. I will update the committee to let Dr. Morris, who we work very closely with, Edie Morris, did say that it was still with the solicitor's office. So she did provide me that update yesterday. That's
Osby. My documents. Enter. Documents. Item 2 multi-select list box. Not selected work activities and
that's pretty much all I have to report. I did notice that we do have some BIE personnel on the call, and perhaps they can give the committee an update as to the status and ourselves as well, as we'd like to know where we stand with this. We are still requesting funds that were included in our contract last year. Part B funds were included in the signed contract we had with BIE last year, and they to this date still have not come forward with the funds for last school year. Even though they were part of the contract, those services were rendered and provided. So that's still an issue that we're working through with them as well.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Could you, I guess, put in the report specific to what you mean by last school year?
That would have been school year 2021. That was our contract for the year. Part B funds were included in that contract.
And the school year ended June?
Yes, June 30th of 2021 was the ending of that school year.
Committee members, how do you wish to proceed? Shall we do question and answer before a motion to accept the report? Or do the motion and the second before we proceed to questions and comments? Committee members.
Motion, Monica.
Fukushima Satilla, motion by Honorable Edison Winika to accept the report. Second by Honorable Paul Begay. And committee members, the question or the update will also be inclusive of the Bureau of Indian Education responses. Ms. Green,
Yes.
please tell us what is due the district for school year ended 2021.
I don't have that exact figure in front of me. I will tell you it is for, I can get that figure. It is for Part B funds. What is remaining is the outstanding balance of the contract for that particular school year. We are never informed or given any notice of what our allocation will be. It just, we submit an application in Native Star and have done so for several years now. And there've been years where we've only requested a portion of Part B and still received the full allocation. But so I can't tell you how much it is because we've not been told what that allocation would have been had they provided it. I can give you a 5-year average on that, and that average is just 1 second. Got it at my disposal. Actually, I can go back the 2 prior years, or the prior year. It's usually between $200,000 and $230,000.
Thank you, Ms. Crane.
Yes.
Committee members, do you have any questions before we turn the teleconference floor to the Bureau of Indian Education?
Chair, that would be good.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Honorable Paul Begay, you have the teleconference floor.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that I think it'd be better if we hear from BIE first, and then that would give us some questions to ask, I think. Thank you.
Kushila. What Adoli? With that, from the Bureau of Indian Education, do we have Director Tony Dearman on the call? Do we have Ms. Sharon Pinto on the call? Do we have Walter Coulter on the call? Do we have Miss Edie Morris on the call? Or Dr. Edie Morris? Excuse me. And we do know that Miss Karen Malone is on the call. Ms. Malone?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes, Honorable. So I am here. Thank you for taking my call. I would like to share. So on 12th.
You have the teleconference floor. Thank you. Ms.
Thank you.
Malone, for being on the call.
Okay, on 12/15/2021, School Ops Director Sharon Pinto updated the committee on the grant agreement that was shared between BIE and Sevier School District. Since that time, BIE and Sevier have an agreement in place for the distribution of ISEP and Title I funds, and BIE has transferred those to the Sevier District. The issue over BIE has authority over IDEA and ESEA Title II and Title IV funds arose based on leadership's review of the BIE cooperative agreements. So that's where the issues are coming from, through a review process. The Division of Performance and Accountability flagged the agreement with Severe as potentially out of compliance with existing authority. The funds at issue are for U.S. Department of Education administered programs. The solicitors for BIE and contracts from the Department of Performance and Accountability are communicating regularly with the U.S. Department of Ed to determine BIE's statutory authority with respect to the U.S. Department of Ed programs. We understand the importance of issuing a final determination on this issue and are working as expeditiously as possible to do so. Severe School District and Navajo Nation may also reach out directly to the U.S. Department of Education regarding this issue. And that's where we stand with these meetings with the Department of Ed. Thank you, Honorable So.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Committee members, questions, comments, responses?
Chair Solona.
Oh, Honorable Pernell Helona, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Chair, and committee members, and all those listening on the phone. The funds in question that have not been paid to Severe School District, those are funds that were from earlier school system, way back, I guess it was in the 2021 schools year. Those are the funds that we're interested in finding out why they haven't been paid out back to Severe School District, because Severe School District has been paying the bill all this time without getting those extra funds for the school system in the previous year. And so I'm under the understanding that that's what we're here for, because they did get paid for this school year as well. But we're waiting for the reimbursement for the prior years. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, that's partially correct. In addition to mentioning that we would like to move forward and have the omission of Part B, Title IV, and Title II addressed to be included in our funds as they had previously. So I guess our next steps will be to reach out to the U.S. Department of Education if that is what BIE is recommending that we do. We've reviewed the 25 CFR Part 39, where it talks specifically to ISEP funds and the formula treatment of schools definitions. And so we do believe that in reading through that, we do continue to meet the requirements for receipt of those funds upon the receipt of an approved application, which those applications have been submitted. We're waiting on approval, which time is of the essence, as I've already mentioned, because we do have staff built into those funds. But in addition, we have another year coming up. It will be time to apply again. And so a decision will need to be made, so that we can submit an application in a timely fashion if it's determined to move forward to include those funds.
Chair.
Honorable Edison Wanika, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Lisa. She's saying that time is of an essence, and that's what I heard. And I heard as February the 15th as a timeline, and I'm very concerned about that. And I think BIE needs to let us know if there's going to be any payments made prior to that, or what's the holdup? Sounds like as far as Public Law 107-110 requires the Bureau of Indian Affairs to pay Sevier School District tuition for the instruction of the Indian students. And if there's already a requirement, what's the problem? Can they let us know exactly what the reason is, why it's taking so long? Why school district is being put in a situation again? I think they've been very good working with us on this situation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. Ms. Malone?
Yes. So the issue is really over, does BIE have the authority to provide IDEA and ESEA Title II and Title IV funds? That's the issue. And so that is what BIE is working with the U.S. Department of Education to determine. It's not that the school does not deserve the funding, they do, but who is obligated to pay these funds out? Is it state of Utah? Is it BIE? And as soon as that determination is made, it will be, I mean, if it comes down to BIE is responsible, that will be our, moving forward, that will be what we do.
Chair.
And this is a residential setting, and so our students attend a public school for instruction, and it's just different than what our boarding schools on the Navajo reservation are set up as. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Honorable Wanika, do you have follow-up?
Yes, what I can understand is since 1952, all these years, Sevier School has been getting the payments and all that. What happened in this past few years? It seems like it became a problem. What caused the problem is my concern. I just can't understand that. Thank you, Chair.
Chair Salona?
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. And then let's go turn the floor over to Honorable Alona. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and committee members again, and all those on the call. I agree with Delegate Wanika that this has been going on. The school system has been surviving there for 20, 30 years, maybe longer. And right now, the problem we're having with the funding is that new people are coming into play. People that were working on these contracts and funding to pay Sevier for the services that they've been working with. New people have been coming in, and the old people have been leaving. And so the problem I understand, I can see, is the new ones don't understand what the system is like, because we've never had this problem with their school district until they started changing employment. Their BIE, different directors, different supervisors, approvers. And so to me, they don't quite understand all the literature that's in the resolutions and the documents that were sent, agreement that was made. So those are the things right now that I see as a problem. And as soon as BIE gets more educated as far as what was happening in the past, and straighten this out. Chair?
Thank you. Ms. Malone,
Yes, sir.
back to you for a response.
Well, the review of this year's cooperative agreement is what flagged this whole process. And BIE is working with the Department of Ed to ensure that we are in compliance with regulations to disperse these funds. And as soon as that is known, those funds will be dispersed.
Chair, Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and members of Health Education Human Services. Thank you for the report also, Ms. Crane, and the response from BIE. The issue that we see as a committee here is this issue is hurting our students' education. Process of continuing students' education, the process of the people that are helping to continue the students' education, position that they hold is in question. That's hurting the education of our students. And that's why we are concerned as a committee. On the other hand, severe school district, they respect us enough to continue educating our students, our Navajo students, even though there is a bill that needs to be paid. They are providing education in good faith for our students, and they deserve to be paid promptly, on time, so that it does not hinder continuation of education for our students. 1952, half a century ago, school began at Richfield Residential Hall. There was never any question of funding or bills not being paid. Something happened within the last few years. And this funding question started. We need to think about the education of our students. And I don't know what is prolonging this the settlement issue. I'm hearing that it's still in discussion. What is there to discuss? Why does it take this long to talk about paying the bill for the school year 2021, last year? And how long is it going to take for this to be remedied, this issue to be taken care of? That is what we don't want to happen. So that's why we are concerned. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Malone, I guess the main thing that the perspective that we've gained last year in October, we traveled to Richfield and observed their educational program in coordination with the Sevier School District also with Snow College. And all the aspects that we saw and observed, there is great focus on the young folks, and we surely appreciate that. I guess part of what I gained from that visit and from the ensuing discussions, is there a question on the how the special education dollars are spent? Is that why there's a reluctance? And it seems like it was passed through funds from U.S. Department of Education to the BIE and went straight to the district. And now there's question. Is it because of type of programs they offer? Yet some of these students that were originally behind grade level in reading and math skills, and in offering those extra tutorial services, is that in question? Is that why BIE is this putting it at the doorstep of U.S. Department of Education? And rather than taking the bold move and say, hey, U.S. Department of Education, these services have been ongoing, their methodology has worked, and please send money to settle the, could I say, the debt that's owed? Ms. Malone.
Honorable, so no, the question is not how they are spending these funds or on how is this, I mean, that is not the question. We have trust in Sevier in spending the funds on our students. The question came about is, does BIE have that authority? And this was through the grant review where the Division of Performance and Accountability flagged this agreement. And so they started looking into how the funds are being distributed from the U.S. Department of Ed. And do we have the authority to do that? It's not that Sevier does not deserve the funds, they do, but what the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education will determine is who is to pay those funds. And if they determine that it is BIE, then those funds will be paid. So not how they're spending or what they're doing with the funds, that is not the question at all. It's just that, does BIE have this authority? And that just came about from a grant review that was in place this year. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Derek. Can I provide some background information?
Mr. Franklin, I was going to give you the floor, but thank you for stepping forward. You have the historical knowledge with this particular tribal controlled school or tribal controlled residential hall operation. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee and BIE colleagues, as well as Sevier School District. Now that I'm working for OPVP, but I do, as stated, I do have the historical knowledge of what might be the issues. As stated by Honorable Wanika, as well as Honorable Begay, is that Sevier has been receiving these funds through the cooperative agreement that's typically signed between the Sevier School District and, Sevier School District and BIE. And all these years BIE has forwarded those funds to the school district to carry out services for our students. What seems to be the problem is that through historical knowledge, or from what Dodie had come across, was that the U.S. Department of Ed put BIE on a corrective action in regards to funds. And so this may be the issue as to the reason why Division of Performance and Accountability flagged this situation, is because was this one of the findings from the U.S. Department of Ed, which resulted in, does BIE have the authority to pay out these funds in regards to Title II and Title IV? So as a result of what took place of this questioning, Sevier School District contacted the Utah Department of Education solicitors to provide statutory information on who is responsible for paying the dollars needed under special education to carry out the services. Being that these students are not from Utah, they do not have Utah residency. They either have New Mexico or Arizona residency. So then their opinion was that it would be the service providers, the entity that these students are coming from, which they are coming from a BIE funded operation. In this case, it's Richville Residential Hall, who would be the service providers to provide these funds. That document was given to BIE for them to share with their solicitors to render a situation or a resolution. So being that their BIE solicitors are still in review of who actually is the authoritative agency to administer these funds, that is what is in question. And it's taking a lot of time to where the school has to plan for next year. Richville has to plan, and it's resulting in whether or not employees should be rehired. So that is the severity of the situation and the background information, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Franklin, you went on mute.
I'm not sure where I cut off. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure why I cut off in providing the background information.
About the last 30 seconds, Mr. Franklin.
Okay, so basically, again, the situation is that because Utah Board of Education, through their solicitor, provided a document to state that the entity that is to support these students with funds is the entity where these students are coming from. In this case, the students are coming from a BIE funded institution, Richville Residential Hall. So that was the conclusion from the Utah State Board of Education, and that document was given to BIE for their solicitors to review. And therefore, it sounds like BIE is consulting with U.S. Department of Education on who is actually supposed to provide these funds for services under special education. Now, Utah has already stated that they are not the entity to provide these services. So the only question is, you hear from a state board, and then you're waiting on a decision from U.S. Department of Ed, where there's severity to employments for the school district to provide services to these students. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. So it appears that audit findings within the Bureau of Indian Education is causing, or performance findings is causing the delay. Committee members, that's what I'm gathering. But if I'm wrong, then presenters, please chime in. And again, what the committee found out was folks within the Bureau of Indian Education were just passing the ball around, not knowing, and the district didn't know who would be the person to sign off on the allocation. Committee members. Based on the responses, and just as the chair's role, I forwarded all the items that were shared with the committee from the previous meeting. I shared and forwarded the documents to Special Counsel of Madam Secretary Deb Holland. So those are one of the things that I initiated, and hopefully we have more focus as we proceed. And again, what we're trying to do is get a better working relationship with BIE, because there is thousands and thousands of students whose education is affected by the Bureau of Indian Education operations. Committee members, follow-up, comments?
Chair Salona.
Oh, Honorable Salona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question for you on this first. Have we already made a directive for BIA to take care of this bill with Sevier School District?
Miss Angelita Benali, could you provide the response?
Mr. Chair and members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee, the Health Education and Human Services Committee has not indicated a directive to the Bureau of Indian Education. However, what they did do is ask our Office of Legislative Counsel to provide a request for a meeting with Mr. Tony Dearman regarding this issue. And the Office of Legislative Counsel did submit the paperwork. There is a process in requesting a meeting. They did submit the paperwork, and I believe that was back in December with Mr. Abeda. And but I don't know if they if the Washington office of the Bureau of Indian Education has responded to Mr. Abeda, because after that is when the first meeting between BIE and Sevier School District did occur, and then they were communicating. So we did not see, since they were communicating, we kind of like didn't follow up on that meeting request with Mr. Dearman, but I think that that's something that the Office of Legislative Counsel can continue to follow up on and request.
I need to speak for number one. That's all I need.
Honorable Halona, do you have follow-up?
Delegate Begay.
Oh, Chache, Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee. It has been brought up that there is a timeline, February 15th. So the thought is this the students' education going to be they're going to hurt the process of the students' education, because that's the February 15th. We're going to be facing workers, employees that might be let go because this funding is not has not been satisfied. That's the concern. We do not want to stall or hamper or cause the students' education to be interrupted because of something that has not been resolved in the funding distribution. And we're talking about the students' education, and it's dragging on and on. And if we don't decide this issue now, it's going to go past February 15th. And how long will it continue after February 15th? We don't know. I'm hoping that we can hear some type of an answer that says, okay, we will take care of this by this time. And that would ease a lot of people's mind, ease the minds of the administration at Richfield Residential Hall, Richfield High School, Sevier or South Sevier High School, the school administration at the Sevier School District. I'm hopeful that we have some type of a firm decision that says we will take care of this without any further delay, so as not to interrupt the course of the child's education.
That would be satisfying to me, and I'm sure to a lot of us that are involved in discussing this issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Committee members, follow-up questions?
Chair Salona?
Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Okay, so, Chair, the way I understand it is, so the BIA is still doing some sort of evaluation on the whether they are responsible for the attainment. In years past, they were responsible for it for like 20, 30, 40 years now. I don't know that any of that's going to change unless they have a different law that they pass and changing the rules. But do we do a directive to have them make a payment ASAP and get the deal settled as they go along? And if not, how can we approach them in Washington to settle this matter? Do we need to go there to lobby for the schools so that we can get the funding paid for them on their back pay? Those are two questions I had there and request, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. By chance, do we have Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Bobroff on the call or Mr. Chattabeta on the call?
Chair, this is Chad.
Hey, Chattabeta, are you on the call? Are you the one that's moving all your schools around? Or is that Halona?
Delegate Begay and Delegate Wanuka, it's them, it's their fault. Yeah, I'm on the call. I'm in the budget and finance conference room.
Okay. As far as Honorable Halona's statement about issuing a directive, committee powers, do we have powers to say to the BIE, pay this bill?
Chair, let me follow up with Legislative Council.
Fukushi. And again, committee members and the folks on the call, what Ms. Malone basically presented. The issue stands, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Malone. You basically said that this question on funding is within the office of the solicitor. That's what I understood.
Honorable, so it is with the Office of Solicitors, but they are working with the U.S. Department of Education. So essentially it comes down to a determination from the U.S. Department of Education. And I encourage your office, Navajo Nation Severe, to set up appointments and meet with the U.S. Department of Education, because we too would like this to be resolved because it is an urgent matter. It is our students. And so we are in agreement on that part where this needs to be resolved. And the BIE is working to come to that resolution. And I know there are meetings scheduled and they're hoping to have this resolved in the next 2 weeks, if not sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. I appreciate your positive response. And we won't take that as a lobbying statement. And committee members, Ms. Lisa Crane, this deadline of February 15th, can we move it up to give an opportunity for the committee to go meet with U.S. Department of Education and the Bureau of Indian Education at the Washington level?
Yeah, I think, and Mr. Lloyd can speak up and correct me if I'm wrong. The 15th of February is when we actually have staffing meetings scheduled with South Sevier High School and Richfield High School. I think at that point in time, there's a chance that we could just put it on their radar that it may be necessary to make reductions in staff the next year. According to our policy, anytime this would force us into a RIF. And so there are dates and deadlines that we have to declare a RIF by, but I think that we do, there may be a small window that we can adjust that around the 15th, but we certainly can't extend that too long. This is an issue I have been asking to be resolved with the BIE since February of last year. So we're now a year into this of repeatedly asking the BIE for a response on the matter. And so we certainly can extend it another year, but I think we have a little bit of latitude and can be a tiny bit flexible. Our law, we have to give our business administrators informed me, we have to provide 60-day notice to release employees, which is what we would be forced to declare if we don't have a funding source for those positions to continue. So we would for sure have to have this wrapped up and know a final answer by our March board meeting so that those employees would have the proper notice.
Committee members, there's some openings. How do you wish to proceed?
Chair Toa.
Oh, Honorable Helena.
Yeah. I guess for waiting for a response from our legal counsel, those possible directives. And I think maybe we need to go, if they can't come here, we might need to go visit them over there, Washington Education Board. See if we can help them along with the decision in favor of the school district.
Thank you. Committee members, I got a text and a call and I didn't answer Commissioner Maryboy's phone call, but I think he was on the executive session Zoom call, as was Human Rights Commission Executive Director Leonard Gorman. So let me call a 15-minute recess and this finale. Could you reach out?
This is Chad Beta, Office of Legislative Counsel.
Oh, go ahead.
My understanding is
Yeah, hey, Chair. So
Daniel didn't even know that.
I looked into powers of Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. And under those powers, I looked to see what authority HESI has over BIE. Of course, so there's none. And so I guess the Office of Legislative Counsel's recommendation could be, well, not recommendation, but if you can, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee can issue a directive, but it's just like a request. And so, but really, we have no authority over BIE. So it will just be in the form of, the directive will just be like a request na handle. Of course, so so yeah, Chair.
Okay, Sheila, committee members, with that, perhaps we can put it in the perspective of needing to go do face-to-face lobbying. Back to you, committee members.
Chair Solana?
Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, committee members, and guests. I think probably our only option right now would be to go ahead and do the directive to let them know that we want them to pay and that we agree with the Sevier High School, Sevier School District. And then as well as go ahead and make a motion to set up a meeting with them over there at the Education Department in Washington and see what we can get done to enlighten them a little bit more and get a better idea of why it's taking so long for them to review the cases. February of last year, the whole year of reviewing something that should have been only take a week or two to get done. So in order to push them along, maybe we need to go over there and visit with them in person, face to face. Chair?
Okay. I'm committee members. In that perspective, since we do have a new superintendent, could we then, Dr. Begay, could we then have you coordinate with Mr. Derek Franklin and Doty staff to, intervene as best as possible? And then at the same, go ahead, Dr. McKay.
Yes, Honorable Chair, and our members of the committee, I can get together with Mr. Franklin, and we need to bring this matter to resolution, and preferably with the legal counsel intervention, because in cases like this, there are always issues of possible misuse of funds and whether misuse of public funds. And we have to be very, very careful about this. And there are issues of what they call individual education plan, IEP, for students that are categorized as what we call IDEA or ADA requirements for students. And so there are several issues involved in this, and it's very important to in my thinking here with my experience, to as quickly as possible get a legal counsel review and resolution on this, because money, public funds are involved here, and we have to be very careful with the proper use of federal funding. But I will get together with Mr. Franklin as soon as possible, or a resolution as soon as possible, again, on all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Begay, we would really appreciate it. And in that respect, Miss Lisa Crane, Derek Franklin, and Dr. Begay and staff, please convene to help us pinpoint the issue. We have to have a solution. And as I recall, there is no current cooperative agreement. Am I correct, Mr.
No, that is
Derek
actually
Franklin?
not correct. We were able to secure a cooperative agreement for the current school year. And that agreement has provided some funds for the year, but there were exclusions made to that agreement. They left out Part B funds, Title II, and Title IV funds for this year. But we were able to, in mid-December, secure a cooperative agreement with the BIE. I would be more than happy to work with you and share with you. I have a document that I've referenced that I'd be happy to share with the committee that we will use. Sevier School District will move forward with the state school board, Utah's Board of Education, and petition for a meeting with OSEP to discuss this matter with them. And Utah can present their stance as to why these students aren't included in the federal IDEA count for Utah. But we also will refer in large part to the CFR around ISEP funds and the definitions within that we feel encompasses our program and warrants continuation of receipt of those funds. So I can share that document as well as you move forward. I'd be more than happy to do that.
Yes, thank you. Please share those documents. But I guess the period in question prior to the current cooperative agreement, is there one for the period in question for which perhaps over $200,000 is owed?
Yes, we did have a signed cooperative agreement with the BIE that did include those funds that have yet to be paid. That was for last school year, 2021 school year.
Okay, Ms. Crane, please provide the previous cooperative agreement, the signed, and then the current cooperative agreement to the legislative staff and to the committee.
Certainly. Would you like me just to send that to Angelina?
Yes, Angelita.
Angelita,
thank
sorry.
you.
Yes.
Okay, committee members. At the end of the meeting, we'll figure out some logistics. So we have some plans going forward, and we hope to Dr. Begay, Eric Franklin, could you get us, and could you convene each other and all folks that are named off into a meeting and get us some answers to these outstanding questions by the end of the week?
Honorable, so yes, we will make every effort to do so. Thank you.
Oh, great. Hokusila. Committee members, do you have any follow-up questions, committee members? If not, then accepting the report, we have some items for support staff and DOTI staff and severe school districts to give us a better picture on and be more focused in our work. With that, there are no other questions, comments. Then Mr. Mose, provide us the roll call vote to accept the report.
Yes, sir.
Chair,
Oh, Cecilia, go ahead, Honorable Wanika.
thank you, Chair. The only concern I have is, we'll leave it at this, it looks like, and I don't like doing that. Time for us to do follow-up of some sort. And what you mentioned was really good as far as maybe, meeting with some people in Washington. Maybe at that time, we can discuss what the process is for a congressional intervention. I think it's very important that we do this because this has been going on for over a year. How come they can't get this situated? And the only time we get involved is when there's like right now, the timeline is the 15th of this month. And we have to really push in ourselves to see what we can do to get it resolved. And we don't have the rec authority. If we had the rec authority, we could get it resolved as soon as possible. But I think we need to talk to people that have the rec authority. Person or whatever, do as much as we can, because we need to set up another date on this. And they're meeting at Sevier County next week. Maybe we need to be involved in that also, because if we just leave it again, we're just going to have to wait for Sevier County or the Ridgefield Dorm to contact us again. Let's make a plan how to get this resolved as soon as possible, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, I guess the next steps for the committee. At the end of this meeting, I was wanting to do logistics, where we would move, go to Washington, and for the staff to start lining up folks that we would meet with. That's what I meant by we'll take care of the logistics at the end of this meeting. Committee members.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Oh, and then I guess again, if it means clearing the calendar to go take care of this, then that is what the committee has to do. Whether it be a couple of days or 3 days. Because there are other issues, the nursing home issue. And again, we've been advised that it would probably take a direct congressional appropriation. And that is what we have to look at also in conjunction with this issue with Bureau of Indian Education. Committee members. With that, Mr. Mose, roll call vote in accepting the report with the request to other staff.
Right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So.
Vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, I voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. committee members, let the record show a vote of three in favor and none opposed, and the chair not voting. Committee members, I got a text and a call. One, Mr. Mary Boy finally got, I guess, on that executive session Zoom. And there was nobody on that call, as did Mr. Leonard Gorman. So let me call for a 15-minute recess. Miss Angelita Benali. And then when we come back, once we have Mr. Maryboy on the call, I'd like to ask the committee to suspend the rules so that we can add Mr. Maryboy's presentation to the agenda, and then from there we will talk with Mr. Maryboy, and then after that, with proper guidance, we could go into the executive session. Miss Benali, reach out to Mr. Gorman and Mr. Maryboy and to the Department of Justice and to Dr. Jill Jim.
Okay.
So that
All
when when we reconvene at 12 noon, then we can suspend the rules and go immediately to the presentation from Commissioner Maryboy. Thank you. So with that, the committee is in recess for 15 minutes.
Chair Solona?
Honorable Halona.
I don't think you got my vote on last vote. I voted green there.
Mr. Mose, did you count Mr. Halona's vote? Honorable Halona.
Chair, Mr. Leonard just stepped out, so we will let him know.
Okay, and when we convened after the recess, then we'll restate the vote on that report.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, committee members. We are in recess.
Honorable Helona, this is Leonard. Honorable Helona, you hear me? Honorable Helona.
I can hear you.
Okay, yes, sir, I have your budget form 1, you need it signed, it was given to me from the speaker's office. I'll have it here at the office for Rehoboth Christian School.
Yes, okay, listen, I'm on my way back from, Scottsdale, so, just past Payson, headed to Winter, I'll pick those up.
Okay. Avila. Hi, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Oh.
Thank you.
This is Delegate Daniel So on the call.
Good afternoon, Chair. We have 4 members, yourself, Honorable Halona, and I have also Honorable Begay and Unika here at BNF. So you have 4 members, sir.
Thank you. Let's reconvene the regular meeting of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee meeting to reestablish quorum. Please provide roll call. Mr. Mose. Mr. Mose, could you provide the roll call to reestablish quorum after the recess?
All right, sir. I muted myself. Hello. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, Mr. President.
Sir, Honorable Paul Begay answered my question. Okay. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel E. So, President. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Here. Okay, we have 4 members come to the quorum.
Thank you. So at this point in time, do we have Commissioner Maryboy on the call? Mr. Kenneth Maryboy, are you on the call? Star 6 if you need to unmute. Miss Angelita Benali, were you able to make contact with him?
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, I did send an email and CC'd the committee members. The email went to Mr. Maryboy, Mr. Leonard Gorman, the AG, as well as Dr. Jill Jim. And I resent the Zoom link in that email to all of them. Because I think the executive session email Zoom link created some confusion. But I do not have Mr. Kenneth Maryboy's like contact number, like a cell number. I don't have access to that.
Committee members, please excuse me. I called Mr. Maryboy. He'll call into this Zoom.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, hey, Commissioner Maryboy. Committee members, at this time, I'd like to ask the membership to suspend the floor rules to allow Commissioner Maryboy to address the committee on the issue related to the effects of the COVID pandemic.
Chair, Delegate Begay, I motion to amend the agenda, modify the agenda to include Commissioner Maryboy to present his do his presentation on the COVID-related issues with San Juan School District. So motion.
Second, hello.
Thank you. With that, a motion to suspend the floor rules to add this particular item to the agenda. Ms. Benali, how many votes do we need to suspend the rules and add the agenda item?
Mr. Chair, 2/3.
That's not doing anything.
Okay. Here we go, Mr. Mose. Roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Hello, votes green.
Honorable votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Carry a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Ms. Benali, is it 2/3 of the members present or 2/3 of the full membership?
I believe it's the full membership. I'm looking it up right now.
Mayor, this is Chad Beta, Office of Legislative Counsel. It's just the majority vote. So, the committee.
Go ahead, Mr. Beta, go ahead.
Oh, it's just a majority vote of the committee members casting a vote.
Thank you. With that, committee members, we've amended the agenda. That will be the new 5C. All right. Commissioner Maryboy, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you very much, sir. And also the members of the HES committee. It's an honor to come before you, and it's good to come back before the committee that I
served on years ago as a Navajo Nation council. Not ahan sourcing hajo pahunson idea the nebenal leho at hold just so what I'm a county commissioner for San Juan County, Utah. And at the same time, I used to serve as a council at the same time. Ako Nuevo Hatahasto, not honest team, but has an angle. Nikin has an underdog with the Lagana, Lenigido. So a Hazon Hosada. Or yet on let in a long a Nahayas and a horse is. They benched in a San Juan High School, San Juan County. It pertains to Navajo, Whitehorse, Monument Valley, Navajo Mountain, Blanding, Monticello. They when that whole out it will touch on the ligi. The husband, Dohizo,
Please mute your phones. Go ahead, Commissioner Maryboy.
Oh, thank you. I just thought that Nendo don't understand song. Of course, but Lagana Yaja, the negative top. It seems like they really alter and design the district the way they please. There's only 2 Navajos on the board. Ako I see it up in the Nigit they look. Ako the way that CDC, the Navajo Nation, the guidelines on mask mandate. Attendo this and the Balagana, They planning the natural and from San Juan County. That's the only nearest place to buy groceries, and they go there. Ako the master dot then on dot kai. Ako Nahashan under CDC guidelines. They were made to go to school online from home. You know that's cutting the Adoya Sada Hasne, I don't yell out, they need to be here, no. Yek, it's a sleep. Of course, their issue was the Navajos, of course, they got away with it, but they didn't say that they were compiling schoolwork at the end of the semesters of each time to the Navajo students. Of course, are you homework and they came at the last minute. Oh, but like on the edge or this either. Of course, what out in that is cut. Of course, in school that the they don't allow the kids to wear masks. Of course, actually, some of them were infected. I need high school basketball here and down now. But that is not. What are you not? And then the family got contaminated. I see it. Chasto hadro papi wrong. Not a hidi quick. That then. The Vision Day and Mary Boy will you? Then ado bakaha to start. But sui all the time is not that. Ako the cuisine what that's that. Ako other queen yet na halong. If I saw the honey long. Ako did but the gun that only he can't that the school board only his day I come to a point Isali so you can alone at Haja. Haida the don't nick. Hey, nakahata dochi. Snow, penia. Bodo, and Benigi, the Shahos, Arsenat, Senegi, Seske, Ado, Seke, no Senegi, the Cardocha, Nishikadocha. I said, Ahado, Bago has, people don't want to talk about it because Hashit Arnit at Nessa, Belakana. Asahad what anything snigit or Hodilsi. I do it Abans and Nigi in Hoshi. What Alban I'll say. Nike County do a Sana Hashley. So has other rule a Aja Port Holland on up at the Parents Advisory Committee that the Holland. I don't know, so lot of don't dead either. That no a whole. This is down with end. I'm not gonna walk away with my head down. The Quigoshi or the Notra. Ebony eight Naka in slip. Not no Senegi. I don't Mr. So where Shawins Agido. Edo Kedo. I see it. Passionate or Iban such case. Or Nikita and then you get the Christian. Odaza. Or by Netigate. Nana, but the corner Edo yet I had netter in Lazel in Guna. Had that SP, the Ray University of Utah. They say we don't need masks and we don't need vaccination done. No. The radio is a car at petitions. Accord at the Asagi done. Upon the way planning Utah to rock Monticello data. Then, mass of that then on delegate. And it's pretty sad that our people have to go there to buy whatever they need to continue with their lives. For what are has Ebony, Quasha horse, Agi 80 for a benefit for this. Ado Hans it are a Beshan Soke Sole. Ado, if there's any other question, Asian Kodoe Aben Sogit say Sadi Gitan Natish Asinanta. I say
Committee members, any comments, questions? Mr. Leonard Gorman, are you on the call? Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Wanika, you have the floor.
Chair and members of the committee. Around the Honorable Mary Board, the Monica, got a by your match is a not that. Feel all that either. Get your shot is a no so that all that either. As on others who do not name Kenneth so they're on the Naval Nation put enters from also that is one Christian who is about 90% Navajo there. And other some mass is the Yoshino, they saw what the Navajo Nation wants in their policy, think that our kilo. That is that he knows so that Alpha Egypt. But I need to do a little bit, I say, they get in, not that so. Then he The Ghana at the outside there, so show it up in the between. We say to we see that. But the needy Kodo and Hatchinde ya Mahati. Dani are the plan in the Sido Yuda. So Mario Valley is a HA so National is other than and then you paper Nadani at out of the area at Eto but other Navajo Nation policy though, but that is the initiative is on in a there's only the negative part of that as far as now people are concerned. But without this, it on out at the yard, without it open, the heart is good aim there. They don't need the buy-ins, they don't need the chat data. So, in that sense, and the Sevier County school district put out a door by the over now. Opening I got all the Dr. Jill Jim, the Patati, Leo, had all the day now, nothing, a lot of the Shina Hat or Nato. I don't know, did not add but the Ghana, the Nenigi Patati, Leo, so he could get to kidnap, Dauska, even on his lit out, and attack it out or the Sigate or the Cat of the Shina Hat or Nato. So open John very boy cat.
Thank you. Oh.
Priscilla, Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and Mr. Maryboy, and Alona, I just, just a quick comment on what situation, there's that fight about wearing masks and not wearing the mask and all over the country. But the best thing for the Navajo people in that area to do is to just continue to wear their masks and go to the stores and practice their safety habits with washing your hands and all the above, social distancing. And if the people there, if the community don't want to wear their masks, well, at least the people are protecting themselves right now. That's the important part. And but there's not much we can do about. You can ask them to making an ordinance to try to get them to move forward and have that mandated. But we've seen all around the country they're going to do what they're going to want to do. And at this point in time, as Omicron is starting to taper down, it's probably going to get a little bit more people that are going to be not wanting to wear their mask. And of course, we've seen that with the between the two parties. One is in support and the other is not, and so that is another part of the problem. But as long as we keep our people continue to do their part, I think we know we're going to be okay. We'll be all right with not getting contaminated. It's just the ones that are careless, don't do their wear their mask and do their sanitizing. They're going to get in trouble. So that's just only a couple of suggestions I have right now. There's no real, nothing real definite that we can do as far as making anybody wear their masks. And it's just a mandate that comes down from the federal government and the CDC. So with that, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Maryboy.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the comment here for the concern and also for the support. I think we also need to understand that there is a mandated um, for all that are across the United States, except for certain states from the governor to the Senate that are opposing the mask mandate. But CDC guidelines still stands, and I think that's what the Navajo Nation is practicing to make sure that that everyone meets either virtually or social distancing and mask mandate. And then it's really tiresome for some people that the Navajo Nation government puts a moratorium on traveling, which is good. I feel that somewhere along the way we need to be told, and I think that should be the thing to be looked at. We shouldn't be throwing in the towel. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Maryboy, Dr. Jill Jim, did you get on the call?
Okay.
She texted earlier that she was dealing with a personnel issue. Mr. Leonard Gorman, are you on the call? Okay. Committee members. We have this urgent matter before us. The schools that are operated by San Juan County School District. There's, what is it? Monument Valley High School, Whitehorse High School, really, on the reservation side.
Navajo Mountain.
Navajo Mountain. Of course, on those sites, are they abiding by the mask?
I think the one that's in Monument, I think one in Monument Valley and Navajo Mountain, they're looking at the guidelines for, except for Blanding and Monticello. I see the there.
Oh, we still have a good number of our Navajo students that are bused to Blanding. And then, of course, we have
Monticello.
Right there within Blanding. Where our Navajo people are living.
Oh, Westwater.
Westwater. Blanding School.
Oh.
So it does affect our people real immensely. Wish we had Mr. Gorman on the call, Dr. Jim, to help us project the path forward.
I just barely text him to see if he can get online.
So, committee members, what if we get Mr. Abeda to draft a letter from the committee to the San Juan County School District Board, and then request a meeting? Committee members. I just don't want to just say, okay, Commissioner Mary Boy, oh, we agree with you, we understand, and then we move on. I'd rather we do something substantive, and it seems like we. Let me add one other thought. In the way the impact aid funds are approved, they are supposed to approach the chapter leadership from where those Navajo students come from to sign off on their impact aid budget, as well as the Johnson O'Malley budget. And so perhaps that's the avenue to approach. And Dr. Begay, I hope you're still on the call. And
Mr.
Derek
President,
Franklin.
yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, great. And I guess in that respect, then, since Johnson O'Malley and is directly under your superintendentship, and the school district has a parent advisory, or what was it called, an Indian Education Committee, perhaps engaging them about the concerns of Commissioner Mary Boy and the committee. Could we engage in that manner? And then at the same time, collaborate with Mr. Chatabeda on the letter that would go from the committee to the school district board. What quick committee members?
Chair, this is Leonard. Dr. Jim's online.
Oh. Dr. Bill Jim. Yeah, Deja. I hope you had a chance to listen to Commissioner Mary Boy's presentation to the committee.
Chair Chanel, some of the conversations I have, yes.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to, help guide the matter forward on how to best approach the school district. And what I'm proposing is Dr. Begay and Mr. Beta with Office of Legislative Counsel to draft a letter to the San Juan County School District Board. And to basically, I guess, offer the executive orders and to make it a big concern of the committee that we address the EDC guidelines as well as the mandate from the Navajo Nation to wear masks and social distance and those aspects is basically where I'm trying to head the committee.
Yes, Chair, Dr. Begay here, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. McKay.
Thank you. Yes, as you mentioned, the Indian Education Committee document, the IEC document, as enumerated on the duties and responsibilities of the IEC is a very important document, and it always helps to spell out on that IEC the requirements or the services that should be provided under, again, IEC with the use of impact aid, as well as the use of JOM funding. And also equally important to comply with, again, the CDC guidelines, protocols as issued by the Department of Health for all Navajos youngsters who are enrolled in the school system. And so this is something that we can also request assistance from the DOJ, Department of Legal Counsel, to help us draft that. And we can send a letter certainly to the school district superintendent and the governing board on these matters. And here again, on these matters, concerns, I just want to say to the visitors contingent from the Utah schools, please do not hesitate to email me on these concerns. It's very important to put these in writing, and it always helps to use the documentation and the paper trail on these matters. So that's all I would request, Chair and our honorable member. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Begay. Okay, committee members, any further discussion? So, the chair is open for a motion to accept the report.
Chair, this is Dr. Jim.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Shana,
did you want me to comment on anything regarding Mr. Maryboy's requests? And I can just kind of address the public health emergency orders and the intent of those, and what we can do to try to work with the health department at San Juan County Health Department. There can be some options just to engage the school district about our concern and to work with the health department in their county.
Oh, Shadeja, go ahead. You have the teleconference floor.
Okay, well, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Here at the Navajo Health Department, we also experience similar situations like in the Winslow School District as well, and probably Page. So not all border town areas are compliant with this, but as far as I know, I think schools on the reservation that are located on the reservation, I believe, are in compliance with the mask mandate. If that's not the case, I think we can address that to the school districts. The only thing that I think what we're encountering and we also have given masks out to the schools that are in the border towns recently for that reason. There are a lot of students that are coming off the reservation to go to school and be bused into the border towns. I think that needs to be addressed by parents, and I think some teachers that are in these school districts, they have over 50% Navajo that are students population in those areas. And I think from our end, to encourage that, we're willing to provide resources to the school districts, and some have not received any mask, and that's what we received. So the schools that are requesting for mask, we're asking them if they have exhausted their resources and when have they received their last support. And as far as I know, with schools on that are located like in Monument Valley, they haven't received any resources or masks since once at the beginning of the pandemic. So with an expectation to have them access masks, they don't have that resource. So I think we need to ensure that even though they're not maybe in compliance, or if they want to be in compliance, we need to check with the schools on their reservation to make sure they have enough resources. And I know that we're shipping those out. But the off-reservation schools, I think that's another, that's a jurisdiction issue. And I think that can be addressed, I think what you were saying with the parents, but we can certainly work with the San Juan County Health Department to see if there's any resources or education that they can provide to the school. And I also believe as a parent myself, I hope that parents can engage in working with those school districts to abide by mask mandates. But I think it could be a difficult situation for parents to do that at times. But that is all I probably want to add, Chair So, on that. But we can certainly work with the San Juan School or San Juan Health Department to provide more education and resources. And if need be, we can provide masks and other materials to them if they need it as well. So I'll end with that, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jill Jim. Okay, so I guess, on the administrative side, could we have Dr. Begay and Dr. Jim collaborate for a letter to IEC and CC administration on the San Juan County School District side, and then the committee with a letter from our wordsmith, Mr. Beta, go address the elected leadership, San Juan County School Board. Request a meeting and to put these items on the table in collaboration with our Commissioner Mary Boy. Patao Ilyago dati, sinantay, members of the committee, and sinantay Mr. Commissioner Mary Boy. Will that work out for us?
Well, I think anything would be comforting at this point in time. Jordan, Donanda, Ado, from this committee and the Human Rights Commission. Human Rights is very familiar with San Juan County, even as far as the election of the school boards. And so, even that's a go. I thought by yet he was saying, don't need. I think, oh, I need it, and I need Lenny Pelacana. I don't learn his no usually, I can hear ya, to his cassie kita. So, 100 need ata. I go at 10, don't have other. Abens and niggy in horse in stone kisne. A co penatual boutique at I Aliyah. That's going to be start. When I was on this committee, my recommendation was, why do we have to have a San Juan County School District? What's wrong with Navajo Nation School District? We can eliminate a lot of the middleman. In the base of the Nakachin Behozan go back in Tatoli. 18 need now. You know, those resources oban this case set in the meanwhile the nether net ila ben hit na hut Khalid Ali ya da no kondia insan not holone sha ida don ma holone da hat ishin da hutil au wana skegota ida ko shama chini shijada ka do lo ren long so pa agents center ya out on this case so Celia jo hollo Herman Daniel ajugo sanata na adona na shamado Charlene so ishin shikahadot di shahadot zishin son Hansas Kishinat I see to ya ashkunda what nan hit the chito what and get all info. Something needs to happen. Somebody's got to say something. Something has to be tried. What naka insle ashonde the kaochi the never Hansen should the ne no I thought what that. Like I said before, kids came home with virus. And those parents and grandparents, they didn't make it through. I did off Abanete, Kash Dayan Naznel. What Anki for the Sigini, Eshanant Ashonde, the Kaochi, Nika Ochi, the Lagan at I said, oh, the Aban is a niggy in horse ink. So Yashonda. And we have no choice. Nzago Kahot or Das Abat. Penina Ada Hadigit Yaholonigan Dahil, Nijabiga Handan horse in the place about the Hiki. What Anki has Anigi need not of Senegi. Respectfully, traditionally, cannot not what a ben hit it. Not only it a ito to base to Jida, but a janine de a copen natural a with Abin hit a half Zidoli, dash honda. Thank you very much. Hello, Shehla.
Leonard Gorman, are you on the call?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Angelita Benelli. I did call the Human Rights Office, and they indicated they were informed that this morning that this report was not added as of yet. And so they went ahead and went about their responsibilities, I guess their duties. And so Mr. Gorman is en route to Eastern Agency area. However, I understand that Sandy Wilson, who's an investigator, and I think that she has communicated with Mr. Maryboy, Commissioner Maryboy, about this issue. And she is expected to be on the line. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali.
Chair.
Oh,
this is Edmund. Can I say something, please, sir?
Oh, Che, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair and committee members, everyone that's listening. This is Edmund Yazzie, still listening on the phone. I want to first of all just say on this issue with protecting our kids, I commend Mr. Maryboy for bringing this up to this committee, and I feel his careness for the kids because we all feel the same way. I think that a lot of our people are realizing that just because now it seems like it's going to go down, everyone's going to be dropping their guards, then it's going to go back up again. But anyhow, it's just this COVID has just had really impacted us very hard. It's gone very hard to the Navajo Nation. And I know when I hear my colleagues, they take it pretty serious. But I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Maryboy, for bringing this issue up, and I commend you for doing that because we do the same, especially out here in Peru. St. Bonaventure's really takes it serious. They went back on virtual, but we just got word that the kids are coming back on Monday again to give it another shot. And so, but I know we brought this up to the McKinley County School to protect our kids. But I don't know if the board has talked about this too as well. But I know teachers are fearing for their safety. And so, but anyhow, Mr. Maryboy and committee members and chair, I just wanted to say this real short. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Oh, Kayla, Che. I got a text from Mr. Gorman. He was on the call, but he's got poor connection. He's headed toward Paco Canyon area. And so, as we all know, once you get in that area, connectivity is sparse and very low level. But I think the initial steps that I've outlined, and oh yes, Mr. Gorman's text, he basically stated that it's part of the San Juan County lawsuit. And
Chair, this is Leonard.
Mr.
Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Mose.
I have Miss Sandy Wilson online just for your information.
Okay, Miss Sandy Wilson, investigator with the Human Rights Commission. You have the teleconference floor. And thank you for getting on the call.
Ms. Wilson might
Sandy Wilson.
have to press *6. It indicates that she is unmuted, but we don't hear anything.
Is she on Zoom or on phone?
It indicates that she's on Zoom. Ms. Wilson?
Okay, let's continue. So in this prospect, Mr. Abeda, Dr. Begay, and Dr. Jim, perhaps once we have collaboration with Human Rights Commission, perhaps then those aspects of the letters to the IEC and the administration of San Juan County Schools could proceed, as well as the letter from the committee to the San Juan County School Board. And I'm sure Mr. Leonard Gorman would also want to participate in a meeting along with Commissioner Maryboy. And of course, our colleague, Mr. Herman Daniels. Committee members, it was Mr. Honorable Herman Daniels that connected me with Commissioner Maryboy to bring this issue forward, just as
Hello.
Foundational information. Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me now? This is Sandy Wilson with the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission.
We thought you were out to Chaco Canyon too.
Oh no, I just got back in the office and I logged on into Zoom, and I was talking and nobody could hear me, so I don't know what's going on with my computer.
Okay, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Okay, so we spoke with Mr. Maryboy this morning briefly, just to kind of get an idea what his concern was regarding. And as he explained to you, it was a concern about the Blanding School District, I guess pretty much San Juan school districts. So we spoke with Mr. Nelson, board member up there.
Yellowman,
yes. And he was also concerned as well, and he pretty much said the area up there is a divided area, and what they did was they split the school districts into two different regions. They have the river region and the mountain region. So the river region is more on the southern part of Utah, and the mountain region is a little north. It kind of sounds like it was split where the river runs, and the river region is the southern part where in their policy, they put that they're requiring masks per the Navajo Nation COVID mandate, so they're mandating masks. However, on the mountain region side, there's no mask requirement per their policy. So right now, we are still in the process of looking into this matter, and we're going to be looking at some of the policies that pertain to that and why it's different, because a lot of the Navajo students bus into the Blanding area, and the Blanding School District is considered the mountain region where there's no face mask mandate. So we're still looking into this matter. We just started discussing this morning. We just received this information this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Committee members and staff, does that generate some new questions and ideas?
Chair? Dr. Begay here.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Begay.
Yes, if I may, I want to commend again our County Commissioner Maryboy for his impassioned statement on the issues, challenges that his school and the surrounding communities are faced with. And listening to all the comments, and then certainly from the Human Rights Commission and other practices in place, this is outright discrimination. And it deals with what we call structural inequities and injustices. These are injustices that have been in place for many years. And this needs to be redressed, corrected. And in however way possible, we want to look at options to bring better opportunities and much better treatment to our Native American community and constituents in the area. And so I will make it a point, again, to meet with the various stakeholders in this, the Honorable Herman Daniels, certainly Commissioner Mary Boyd, and certainly Sandy, thank you for your comments here. And to address the San Juan School District issues, and also ways to redress this horrendous inequality and discrimination. And I should mention, this is widespread with our Navajo population in Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico. And it seems to me that as Native Navajo people, we have come to accept this. We have come to accept this as just normal relations that we have with the dominant society. And we need to jump on these matters that have been in place for so long, and we need changes. And so, well, I will make it a point to make this a priority and bring some lawful resolution to these practices. It is not acceptable to me in my mind. So, Mr. Chair and our Honorable HESI Committee, thank you for including me on this. And as I'm just coming into the Navajo Nation Department of Education, I make it a point to address and redress these types of treatment, mistreatment that has been ongoing for far too long. And so I will make it a point to make this a priority.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, go ahead. McGee.
Hello?
Hello? Anybody else want to say anything before we move forward? Again, we put a pathway forward on how to address it.
Hello? My name is Darlene. May I ask for a few seconds to comment?
Who, Miss Darlene, who are you with?
Thank you. If you don't mind, I am Darlene Pino Enchiedo from Navajo Mountain, Untitled Chapter Vice President Argentina.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, ado kaya asing sogo sa British Arkansas ya shahoto Arkansas. Put on inch Kate, Mr. So.
Yes, you have the teleconference floor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ado yat notsko. Should I Darlene Pinon Shiedo Ado Shihin Shlido Chishiboshichin from Muscular Apache. Ado Kiani the Shichirit for the Chini the Shanada. Did the Oscar by all the different departments, the health, the schools, the Navajo Nation departments, the council delegates, on the Utah side. We have two states. The San Juan County side, which is the Utah and the Arizona. Ako di ult khagil chine kushi kugushi adena halo da ult khawbi da ilni na khalchine. Ako nihi at the chapter kil khaz anni nat dahid al from our people, local community. Nihi ketilni on khata is local hashin tsugo. Baya del tito bilista huizna do bilta huita. El chinijin hal chinijin do bitit ajogi pa khayani do benat istingi. Do in the khalit ola da ost khato ada tsepa khayya do khaila yo da has ada adi shi to ashi pa na de kita ko da to ada person aga ki to khanila na pisa chitas in halan khalchina asa tanzana binnash ost kha pesa bich kwil ost kha da ost khate pesa bich kwil in shi adi to shi bata khonitsin. Ako at this the chapter level, the chapter officials hashin tsugo hashinit ay aba honitsin. Ado hashin ashishi la ashishi hispa hados nitsin. Esto benakit nitkindo be sado nit khato nitsin. Shide hunshin shishizini sado nishtrato nitsin dina hat agi ashishi net at the chapter level. The one thing that I hear often is that non-certified ni anko. Akut eni shitonis ashisizini dances kese anotsko alhin at the equal levels on hanses kese. Shilto adin at the equal levels. Ako ashin ne Mr. Herman Daniels, our delegate hashin son hayalt kind. Shito nishtrato lesensin so dishne kaya ultra halan hin halchene. Shish in the state of Colorado, Ajitani, Yadovia, higher education, go here on the Naval reservation, they could Cushing at back, moving back to the reservation. Hashin Lago Ado Lapo was only off the reservation, Shananis not go Cushing. Oh, you put it so. The quaggy the letter the Aliaki to the Hashin so Sanat, they don't know what Aliki to Hashin so go shield to Athato Latinson. Ashishan, it's no kid not anin hit Nindigito, the chapter fishes in Ashishi and he needs no, and he has any had oban sequence and needs go shin hatits. Should they hoto has zito this? Ashizini shady de Baha since Harchin Yehod. Ado Hotoya Hashin Soba has zito here, Mr. Kenneth Maryboy, Quadito. Did on his Hita, which his giant lado, Sadoshi Ashi Bayat it Kito, who is Ashishin gate and Haila which has still a Yakodo Naskoto Toshi Vincent. So, what Osla in the house out and Hatchino Nikitsuya that Ostao. What Oya here and Kitinito, the main thing, and Histo, she ashes in it has said all this. Did they keep me included, keep me in the loop, should don't strato, and his wash out and his not argue at Hanahash out or listen so additional. Here, Mr. So.
Oh, yes, there is a what Adole is to uncatole school board study Nenegi. Send us your email to our legislative staff, Miss Angelita Benali. The letters that will be generated pertaining to this issue, you'll be sent courtesy copies, solely. Without a
thank you.
Untitled to don't know needs a hindsight of stepping up the Ghana Ketchel. Okay, winter. Committee members, we're clear on how we're gonna accept this report, right? Ms. Benali, Mr. Mose, have I established a motion to accept the report?
Not yet, sir.
Motion, Delegate Begay.
We have a motion and a second, right?
Honorable Begay motioned and second by Honorable Wunika.
Okay, committee members, if there's no other comments, questions, or discussion, then again, as part of this, our new player, Miss Wilson, will also be awaiting an update from you and Mr. Gorman. With Ayla, as we proceed to meeting with the school board, we would hope that you and Mr. Gorman would accompany the committee. With Ayla? That, Mr. Mose, a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
I'll give us green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Zelona. Honorable Pernell Zelona.
Hello, what's green?
Honorable Pernell Zelona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Ado, Lieutenant I, Commissioner Mary Boy, and Chapter Vice President from Navajo Mountain, Dr. Begay, Dr. Jill Jim. Thank you for all helping us chart a path forward. Yeah. So we'll go back to our agenda. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting. Thank you. So, Ayla, Commissioner Maryboy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, not, I'm really happy to receive the energy that I can bring back to the people back home. I'm up here in St. Louis, Missouri, been stuck up here ever since a week before Christmas, but I'm going to be headed home soon. But it seems like it's almost every day that I'm dealing with issues that are impacting the people in the community back home. Of course, by me, it makes me happy. It makes me feel the bright side of what the outcome's going to be for my people and our kids, our grandkids back home. It gives you more energy that you have to deal with,
report handos so Zagido Nana Shinala, Mr. Wanika. Good to hear your voice. We serve on the council for so many years. Of course, yeah, but yeah, Nikitini to listen and no Senigi. Thank you very much.
Chair, if I may, this is Dr. McGee.
Oh, Dr. McGee, you have the floor.
Thank you again. Just very quickly, again, I want to thank the Commissioner, Mary Boy, what be when it's kind see on the she catchy ni it's not this catchy in the planet and hitching don't what it's in but look at the net that should say although not quite the night that's another although the battle is in the net because of that catching a date on his another cat just in another kid on his too the next although the what the best on the short FDDA by the inequity, the mistreatment, the mistrust, distrust, disconnection that exists between our Native people and the dominant society. Kin his inigi, what the best on this? I work to redress these issues. I can assure you, we will follow through on all of this, and we want to bring a better life conditions for our people and our children. So with that, thank you again, our chair and our committee, and certainly the visitors here. Yeah.
Thank you, Sitan Arstoshi. Hukasila, what Adoli? Nasco. So again, thank you to the staff and all the folks that responded to this call. What Ayla? So we go to item 5. The new 5C. Nope. D. A report. Miss Angelica Benali, could you review the report with a report titled with the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next report is a report presentation by Western Sky Community Care. It's a managed care for health insurance for Medicaid eligible individuals. Presenters are Zane James, Tribal Liaison, Eric Lujan, Director of Tribal Relations, Nicole Pino, Supervisor, Tribal Program Development, and Sheena Ramon, Sales Executive for WellCare. And they're all with Western Sky Community Care. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. James.
Can you hear me?
Oh, Kodika.
Oh, Shikado Shidina. She hate what he had leaning not could in the Enchloki Ani Vashishin. Ado Clash Shadow look at the Edashinale. Egisigi Toch El Adahasne. The Nal saw the Hasnedo, Ado Toha and Shidahno. Kaya by Edahosen, Ado Shit there's Abishat, the Hasno, Ada Inhan, Yado, Shinan, Nishnat, Egi, Western Sky Community Care, with Yan Label, Dilas, Nal Sosto, Kajidesh, Ninigi, it's East Na Raj, Biki, Desti, O, Bicha, Base or Chah, not Niniki, to Ado Shinan, Nishnati, Lepo. Yo Toka Hot, so Jata go Medicaid, Lingi, Yedade Nish, Nihila, Western Sky Community Care, Auto, Blue Cross Blue Shield, or Presbyterian, hot a in kinanish in meals in the co hot a in down شكيدو شد نشنات آتم فنيجي إيكها نخده فاقي باكي نيتزندو بان كي خرجو كدوشي إيه هاي نخينا نشنات إيجي أدو إيه هاي بنيل نشجي نخيل إيش جاني أديل نيل أدو نايدي كده هلوشي إيه هاي بهنا زنيت أنا تاني جي قاديتي. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, Mr. So, and also members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. My name is Zane James. I am originally from Wheatfields, Arizona, about 45, 50 miles north of Winter Rock, Arizona, up in the Chiska Mountains. That's originally where I am from. I currently work with a program called Western Sky Community Care. We are one of 3 managed care organizations contracted with the state of New Mexico to administer Medicaid in the state of New Mexico. There are 3, again, managed care organizations. There's Presbyterian, also Blue Cross Blue Shield, and us, Western Sky Community Care. We wanted to do a brief presentation to you all today on some of the services that we provide. We did have some colleagues on the call this morning. Unfortunately, some of them had to drop off due to other commitments in reference to meetings. So I will do the best we can do the best we can to provide some of the information that we have. I believe I have my colleague Nicole Pino on the call, and also I think my colleague Eric Lujan is also on the call. If they're available, I'll have to give them some time to do a short presentation. But we've been doing a lot of work on Navajo to date. We've been in the state of New Mexico for over 3 years now, providing Medicaid to eligible individuals in the state. We have partnered with local organizations within the Shiprock community. We've done a lot of work with the Shiprock Youth Office, Ms. Sharon Yazi and her group, providing presentation material, and also most recently we provided over 50 jackets to members of that community. We've also worked with the Crown Point Service Unit to provide the CHR offices there. We purchased some shoes back in late fall for some of their members in the remote communities. We also do a lot of wood distribution drives that are spearheaded by my colleague Nicole Pino. But I believe my colleague Eric Lujan is on the call now. I'm going to give him some time, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Mr. Lujan, you have the teleconference floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chair, Council, sorry I was a little bit late signing on. My name is Eric Lujan. I am the Director of Tribal Relations with Western Sky Community Care, one of the Centene health plans operating in New Mexico. Just a little bit about myself is I'm from Taos Pueblo in northern New Mexico, and I've been working with Centene for the past 3 years with Western Sky. My role here within the company is to act as a direct liaison between tribal governments and programs to help provide technical assistance, contracting services, as well as business development on and off reservations that directly affect Native American Medicaid populations. And so I work directly with tribes to build access and program improvements. So thank you all for having us today on your meeting. I'll turn it over to Nicole Pino to provide a little bit of information on Western Sky.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric. My name is Nicole Pino. I'm the supervisor of the Tribal Relations Department here at Western Sky. As Zane and Eric already mentioned, Western Sky is a managed care organization and a subsidiary of Centene Corporation. We do have over 30 years of managed care experience to add to our local focus and knowledge. We offer health plans that help cover individuals on Medicaid, Medicare, and Marketplace. So I know Zane had mentioned it earlier, but we do have a few colleagues on the line who will provide a brief overview of each product. So I'll go over I'll go over some basic information about Medicaid and provide some specific information pertaining to our Medicaid plan here at Western Sky. So a little bit about Medicaid in general is that Centennial Care is a name that's used for New Mexico's managed care program. Medicaid covers physical and behavioral health, long-term care, and community benefits. This also includes prescription drug coverage and home health benefits, as well as personal care services, which is available for those eligible members. So Medicaid is a joint federal state program that pays for healthcare services for low-income individuals. So this includes children, adults, parents, caretakers, expecting mothers, aged and disabled individuals. Eligibility for all Medicaid program is based on your citizenship, residency, income, and other factors. And so the income guidelines used to determine Medicaid eligibility are based on a federal poverty level, and these are set by the United States Health and Human Services. So I'm going to quickly just share our website to go over some general information about us. So Native Americans who are eligible for both Medicare and Medicaid or are in need of a nursing facility level of care, they are required to enroll into a Centennial Care program. All other Native Americans may choose to enroll into Centennial Care or access services through a fee-for-service Medicaid. So once an individual enrolls onto a New Mexico Medicaid plan, they have the option to select a managed care organization. Again, Western Sky is one of the options here in New Mexico. Again, there are 3 different organizations, as Bane had mentioned. Those are Presbyterian, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Western Sky. We are all obligated to offer the same basic benefits, but each offers additional services that make us different. And these are called value-added services. So on our website, if you click on our Medicaid plan, you're going to hover over benefits and services and select value-added services. So these are extra benefits that we offer our members. One of them, of course, includes our Native American traditional healing benefit. And this is reimbursement for ceremonial or spiritual healing for our members to help improve their overall well-being. So members are allowed up to $250 per member per calendar year. We also, I know in light of COVID, we have a new value-added service. It's called a Member Relief Fund. So a Member Relief Fund is designed to help members who have unique needs in moments of crisis. And they usually work with a care coordinator for this one. So again, a care coordinator is a no-cost benefit to our members. It's really someone there to be a health advocate for them. I'll go over one more. We do offer home modification to our members. So members who may have non-cosmetic home modification needs that they need to help remain at home, independent and safe in their home, we can provide that modification to them. And this is really to help prevent environment-related faults for them. So that's some basic information about our value-added services. Right now, we are still waiting from the Human Services Department's approval on the document where we can provide that electronically. But I'll leave my contact information in the chat, so if anybody would like those when they are readily available, you can always contact me. And then lastly, I wanted to go over our events portion on our website. And this is where you can find all the events that we have been doing in the community or plan to doing to the community. I know Zane mentioned that we did the wood firewood distribution. Of course, we partnered up with First Nations and the Office of President's Office, Navajo Nation, and Shiprock Chapter House. So again, that information was posted on our website. But upcoming, we do have a Native American Advisory Board meeting, and we highly encourage our members, providers, and stakeholders to attend. to provide us feedback to help improve delivery of service. So again, you should find all the information on our website. Again, I will leave my contact information here. I will pass it over to Shayna to provide some information about our Medicare product.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Nicole. My name is Shayna Ramon. I am Navajo. I'm originally from Posado, New Mexico, but I live in Albuquerque. I am the sales executive for WellCare. We are the Medicare Advantage and prescription drug plan under Centene. So I'm going to share my screen real briefly to show you our team here in New Mexico. Here we have our New Mexico West Central team, and we have myself, Shayna Ramon. I am the sales executive for the northern part of the state, and I have my counterpart, Ashley Avila, who is also a sales executive. She oversees the southeastern part of New Mexico. We have Deanna Nagel, who is our interim leader. She is out of Arizona. And we have our director in sales, Sean Johnson. He is also out of Arizona. And this is our team here for WellCare in New Mexico. We have our plan here. So WellCare is our Medicare Advantage and prescription drug plan company. We are all under Centene, and to the left you see Western Sky Community Care, which is our local health plan, and then Ambetter, which is our marketplace plan. So we have plans for all ages. And here is a map of New Mexico. These are the counties that are highlighted in teal and dark blue. These are the counties that we currently serve. WellCare provides health plans in these counties. And I want to point out that we are in San Juan and McKinley County, also in Cibola, which is neighboring to McKinley, Rio Arriba, which was recently added as well. So this is just a map of our service area here in New Mexico. We offer a decent plan, two decent plans in New Mexico that are very good. They serve the Medicaid, Medicare population that most of our people are eligible for. It provides extra benefits that is not covered by original Medicare. And here we just have a brief overview of the plan in itself. This is our richest plan. We do offer 10 plans across the state in New Mexico, but specifically to McKinley and San Juan, this is the most common and popular plan. I just want to point out that for example, our additional benefits that we do offer are like $4,000 in dental for comprehensive dental. We have an over-the-counter benefit. We also have a vision benefit of $300 a year. We do transportation and home support. We also have a SSBCI package. It's a special supplement benefits for the chronically ill that is available for our Medicare members. And they can utilize that towards utilities. It's a Visa card that they get to help them monthly with utility payments. And for this plan, they give the member $75. So these are just additional benefits that the member can access. These benefits are not available to IHS. So in the event that they need services outside IHS, they are able to use this plan as well. And IHS is able to bill us as well. So I will put my contact information in the chat, and thank you for this time, and I look forward to hearing from you all, and thank you again.
I believe we also have Cameron on the call. Cameron, do you want to do a quick introduction?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent. Let me share my screen real quick here as well. All right, can you see my screen okay?
It's loading.
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right, basically I have the same team as management. Above me here is Sean Johnson, again, the director who handles Nevada, New Mexico, Washington, Oregon, and Arizona. And Deanna Nagel, who's our manager of Nevada and New Mexico and Arizona as well. Okay. I'm the sales executive, just like Shayna. A couple others, Patrizia, Felipe, and Jeff Romero. I handle the northern counties, which would be Coconino, Navajo, and Apache. Those would be my counties and territories up there.
Okay, we'll put it all together.
Quick info on the Part B of Medicare. That's just what you need to qualify for A and B to get on one of these D-SNP plans. Okay, this is what we offer up there in Navajo, Apache, and Coconino counties. You need Medicare A and B.
Folks on the line, please put your
Let's show
phone
you the
on
plan we
mute.
have available. Again, on the far right, those are the additional benefits above and beyond your medical and prescription drugs. So you do get that $4,000 a year in dental, 400 in OTC benefits. That's your shampoos, toothpaste, toothbrushes, things of that nature. You do have vision, which is $300 a year for contacts, frames, and lenses. Silver and Fit, that's a gym membership. So if they're up there on the border, they can either use New Mexico or Arizona gyms as long as they're under Silver and Fit's umbrella. So they can use multiple clubs. Transportation, they do get one-way trips to or from doctors. So that would be 24 one-way trips or 12 round trips, 42 meals a year. That's after post inpatient and skilled nursing facility discharge. So that's 2 meals a day. You get a flex card. That's $1,000 a year added towards your dental, vision, or hearing. So that's above and beyond what you get on the plan already. You get a flex card, your utility flex card. That's $600 a year. That's $50 a month. That could be used towards gas, electric bills, things of that nature. Again, that's a subcategory you might qualify for, and as well as the assisted devices. So that could be like shower rails or a ramp to your house, wheelchair ramp, things of that nature. And also hearing aid coverage, which give you hearing aids 2 a year every 2 years. And that's the plan there up in Apache, Navajo, and Coconino County. Again, I'm Cameron Franklin. I'll put my name and phone number in the chat. So if you need me to come out and educate you in person, we do have agents available in that area to help assist your members. Thanks for your time.
Mr. Chair, that will conclude our presentation. I really appreciate, we appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Thank you. And we, again, like we said, on the New Mexico side, Western Sky Community Care, we've been actively involved working with the Navajo Nation across pretty much the whole state. And my focus is out of Window Rock, Arizona. I work out of Window Rock, Arizona. So if you guys have any questions or if you need to get a hold of me, I'm right there in Window Rock. So I don't know, we stand for questions. I don't know if anybody has any questions for us.
Thank you, members of Western Skies. Committee members, do you have any questions or comments? Mr. James and the folks connected with Western Skies, I just let you just go flying through your presentation, but after each presenter, we normally come back to the chair designation of the next speaker.
My apologies, Chair. Thank you for informing us.
No response right now. At that time, after each presentation, then there is normally time for the committee to make comments or ask questions. So in that aspect, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, are you on the call? Was this your
Chair, can you hear me?
Oh,
Thank you. I was able to just get back on about 2 minutes ago and just heard the presentation conclude.
okay. As you requested, we put them on the agenda, and what they relayed to the committee was that that covered the aspects of receiving the report.
Yes, it sounds like they covered the topics, and I just apologize I wasn't able to hear the whole report because, like I said, we're hosting RDC here, and I had to fulfill my duties at the chapter. But our report has ended now, and has my full attention.
Agushi, and yes, we get caught in those multitasking efforts quite a bit. Committee members. Chair is open for a motion to accept the report.
All motion.
Motion by Honorable Carl Slater, Vice Chair. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Honorable Edison Wanika. Questions, comments? Question, comment, twice? Question, comment, 3 times.
Chair Halona.
Honorable Halona, you have the teleconference floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and I just want to thank our presenters for coming out and presenting your program today and all the significant details where your other programs are not like that. So I just want to thank you for that. And there are plenty. This does work and cover all of the reservation on the Arizona side, and also, or just only the New Mexico. I missed part of your presentation there, but I heard New Mexico was your main source right now. So those are 2 questions I had, and just to thank who will come out and present their policies to the Navajo Nation. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Mr. St. James.
Mr. Chair, thank you again. Also, thank you, Honorable Halona, for your question. I believe your question was, do we cover all of New Mexico? And yes, we do in reference to Western Sky Community Care. We do cover all of New Mexico in the form of Medicaid. And my colleague Shana Ramon did cover the well care aspect from the Medicare standpoint. We do cover several counties in New Mexico. And Mr. Cameron Franklin also covered from the Arizona side what we cover. So if you all need additional information, feel free to reach out to me and we can send you some information pertaining to that as well. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Honorable Halona, do you have follow-up?
Mr. Manager, please. Chair, just real quick, is that I wanted to find out, this is like the same policy that they were trying to approve to do here on the reservation with Molina, and that's why I was asking about how they were set up already. And if there was a way for them to come onto the reservation to do this business. That's the only thing I had wanted to find out as well. Jeff?
Thank you, Honorable Halona, as presented. Guess from what I understood, they work with Shiprock chapter, and they've extended some items to the Crown Point service unit. In this presentation, I guess in that aspect, I'll put it in that manner, Honorable Alona.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That part I didn't know. So,
committee members, any further? So, committee members, any further comment, discussion? Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Mr. Mose, roll call vote on the accepting the report.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Elliot Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Committee members, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. Mr. James, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Pino, all the presenters from Western Skies, thank you for the presentation of the report. With that, committee members, we go to old business. There being none, we go to new business. Miss Angelita Benali, please review with the committee item 7A.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your 6 new business. A is legislation number 0013-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Budget and Finance and Navigated committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $540,528 in supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to Rehoboth Christian School to fund student transportation costs, a Navajo language teacher position, summer school expenses, and other needs. Sponsors are Delegate Pernell Halona. Co-sponsor is Delegate Speaker Seth Damon. And this legislation moves after Hess has addressed it. The legislation is referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Chair.
Okay. Committee members? How do you wish to proceed on this? And as such, Ms. Lisa Benali. You've read it into the record.
Mr. Chair, since the legislation moves on to the Budget and Finance Committee, there's no requirement to read it into record other than the title and any information that the committee would need to, I guess, elaborate on. And then but the sponsor, Delegate Pernell Halona, would present it if there are any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Benali. Committee members, we have a colleague sponsoring. Mr. Halona, Honorable Halona, do you have your agent on call?
Thank you, Chair, and I believe I do.
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you, Chair. We have a motion to adopt the legislation. We have a motion by second to the motion by Honorable Edison Wanika. Committee members, do you have any questions?
I do, Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Okay, that means sponsor, you have 20 minutes for you and your agent to present the aspects of this legislation.
Details. Aspects. Thank you, Chair, and committee members, and all the people that are listening online. I bring this legislation to you. It's a assistance for Rehoboth High School. Rehoboth funding for most of the funding will be going to a program for Navajo program for Navajo classes, Navajo speaking classes. A lot of the funding will be going to that, and so and also other things that Rehoboth has been doing for the Navajo Nation. There's about 85% of the students that go to school at Rehoboth are Navajo, and they come from surrounding areas and of the reservation. And I think I'm going to get my presenters to get online, and they can give you further information on it. Mr. Bob Ipple?
Yes, Bob Ipple. Yes, Bob Ipple here, and I'm the executive director at Rehoboth, and I'm with my colleague Verena Livingston, our director of community life.
Verena Livingston Yanisha. My excuse me, Nishla, Jose Hajini Bashir, and I am the director of community life here, and I'm here with Bob Ipple, who will give more information about the funding we are requesting.
So first of all, I want to say thank you to this committee for all of their work. I've been on the line since 10 o'clock. I've never sat through a committee meeting, and just to hear your passion for what you are struggling with for the students of the Navajo Nation is just really encouraging to me. And I really see Rehoboth as a partner in educating kids of the Navajo Nation. I've been at Rehoboth for 29 years, and we love it here, and this is home for us. And you know, when I think about our commitment to working with the Navajo Nation in serving the students, I think back to the onset of COVID, and when everything shut down, then our campus became a food distribution site and a warehouse site for the Navajo Nation Christian response team to do deliveries onto the Navajo Nation. And I think about, I was listening to this kind of sad talk about not honoring the rules of following masks and that sort of thing. And that's something that Rehoboth has always been looking to the Navajo Nation, what their guidance is also, so that we could try to honor that, even though our children are in a border town in terms of the school. We know that many of our kids come off of the reservation also. Right now, we have a very good testing program going on also, so that kids can be tested in the morning and that sort of thing. But I just want you to know we're committed to that. And even today, when you come onto the campus, you'll see piles of wood that kids are chopping, and they split that wood so that we can deliver it to the elders. We really want service and connection to the community just to be part of the Rehoboth DNA for our students. And because we believe in that, I really think that for our 425 students, 75% which are Navajo, we want to give the best experience that we can possibly. And so when you look at the funding, it's actually divided into several different sections. And the one area is the Navajo language program. And in the past, there was a one-time support for our Navajo Nation, or our Navajo language program and culture program from the Navajo Nation. And what we want to do with it is actually expand it more. Right now, we would like to add another high school class. We'd like to add more in our elementary, and for sure in our mid-school, we have a real gap there. And even not just teachers, but also just getting the materials and that sort of thing. What I'm excited about when I look at the Rehoboth staff right now, there is just a lot of effort being put into things like looking at the Diné standards, content standards, and trying to figure out, well, how can we better incorporate some of those values even in the Rehoboth curriculum. We have Farina King, who is from the Cherokee and Indigenous Studies Department. She's Navajo herself, but she's going to come and do an in-service with our staff. And we have staff right now who are rewriting their curriculums for English at the high school level because of their work at the Diné Institute for Navajo Educators at NAU. And I say all of that just because I really want to emphasize, from my vantage point, I really feel like we are partners in educating the kids, that we love our students and we want the best for them. And that includes the Navajo language and cultural experience. It also means that we want to expand our ability to reach a greater diversity of kids in terms of academic abilities. To be honest with you, we have a special education program going right now, and we are raising money for it. And it all started because of one Navajo student who came from the Window Rock area. And when they came in 6th grade, and I said to them, we do not have the capability really of serving your child, they said, we just want a small, loving community. Well, now the boy's in high school, and as this has happened, we were like, if we're going to serve him and others like him, we need to expand what we're doing. And so one of the requests that we have is for funding for a just basically it's for furniture and equipment to get another a special ed classroom. And then obviously you guys have been talking about COVID and about learning loss and all of that sort of thing. And so one of the things that we are really contemplating is, how do we expand instructional hours? And one of the ways to do that is through summer school. And we are putting in some requests for funding for busing so that we can have kids come from Houck or Window Rock or Tohatchee or Crown Point to summer school, and that we could also have some staff to make that happen. Another really, and this might seem, I don't know, like not necessary, but to me it's a huge one, and actually this is the largest budget item that we're requesting, and that is to have an HVAC system in our elementary school. It's the only instructional space that we do not have air conditioning options. And in some ways that's a luxury, but I think with both what we're experiencing with warming temperatures and wanting to do more instruction during the summertime, it just really seems to me like it's not so much a want as a need. And and this is something we've always dreamt of, and I don't know, obviously it's a huge expenditure, and we'd have to have other money to help pay for it too, but I think it's a start in the right direction. And then finally, the last thing, obviously, a lot of our students do come on the bus to Rehoboth, and we're glad we can provide transportation on 6 buses to cover the 3,000 square miles where kids come from. The request that we put in regarding transportation basically is focusing on the funding for a year of three routes, and it is both for the salary of the bus driver, but also for the wear and tear, fuel, et cetera, on a bus. So those are kind of the areas that we are highlighting as we feel, again, like we're partnering with the Navajo Nation. And like I say, with this committee, I'm very excited about the things that you struggle with, because obviously you have a heart for the kids. And I think that we do too. And so that's our proposal. And I'm very happy to answer any questions. I know it's hard for me to talk over the phone and not see faces, so I'm sorry about that, but would love to meet you all in person at some point too.
Committee members, do we have questions? Honorable, go ahead. Honorable Slater, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess my first question is this school open enrollment?
Yes, this school is open enrollment in terms of, anybody can apply to Rehoboth. Sometimes we would not accept, if we don't have enough like special ed spaces or Title I spaces, that would be a disqualifying thing just because we don't have the personnel to serve them. It also is a faith-based school, but nobody is ever denied because they don't say that they're Christian or whatever. What we do is we ask what is their spiritual commitment or like viewpoint or whatever. But people have to know that when their kids are here, that they will be exposed to the Christian values and Christian message.
That's a follow-up, Chair.
Chair?
Committee members, any questions?
Chair.
Yes, just a moment, Shache. Let me ask a question.
Okay.
Legislative Council. Mr. Abeda, are all the requirements met for seeking the UUFB? The other day, when we had Ms. Rose Gorman present a request, then Chief Legislative Council listed some items that needed to be part of the legislation. Are those requirements met with what the committee is addressing?
Chair, I'm going to defer this question to Laura Lee Kapahi. She's on the line right now.
Chair Valona?
Mr. Chair, this is Laurelene. May I address the committee?
Yes, since it is a question respective of whether the legislation is valid.
Yes, thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a UUFB funding request. So according to Title 12, the Office of Management and Budget and the Office of the Controller are supposed to, they're required to do an analysis and opinion. And normally they provide a memo, a short memo on this funding request. Those memos were not available at the time this legislation was prepared and dropped. So the way the legislation is written is to allow them to either get on the call today and provide their analysis and their advice, or to provide a memorandum later. I'm not aware that any memo has been provided unless someone did do the memo, but without my knowledge. If there are these two memos floating around somewhere, then we would need to do an amendment to add them as an exhibit. Or if someone from OOC and OMB can get on the call today, or the third option would be to get the memos time for Budget and Finance, who is the next committee, and then it will go to the NABI committee after that. So there's still time to get these memos if this committee does not require them at this time. It's up to the committee what to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. From the chair, a follow-up question. Is the necessary budget forms attached?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Our computers just went bluey. The power went out for a quick second here. If you give me just 1 second, I'm going to try to pull this up on my phone. I can't restart my computer for some reason. Give me 1 second and I'll pull it up. I believe so, but let me just double check.
Chair, this is Laura.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Haluna.
Yes, sir. A quick update that on the OMB report and the controller report has not been returned yet. And also, yes, I do have the budget forms, and there were some changes that were made, and so I have new budget forms that I will get submitted. I believe Mr. Mose has those right now, and as I get the winter out, I'm just going to sign them. I was hoping to be there sooner, but I'm still like 50 miles away. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Haluna, Ms. Angelita Bernard.
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, I do see forms 1 through 5. However, they're FY 2021 forms, and what's necessary are the 2022 budget forms. And there are no, there's no memo from OMB or the Office of the Controller that has been received by our tracking system. And if it were, legislative tracking would have been amended this legislation to include any updated memorandums regarding the legislation, the UUFB. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is Lurleen, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did include a memorandum to Honorable Delegate Pernell Haluna regarding this legislation, and it does advise that the FY 2021 budget forms should be replaced with 2022 budget forms, and budget form 1 should state that the funding source is the UUFB. So if there are revised budget forms, there should be, then those should be used instead of the ones that are there now. But we can do an amendment when this legislation gets to the Budget and Finance Committee if those budget forms cannot be provided to Legislative Council, to our office at this time.
Committee members, any questions? So in aspect committee, the chair asks a follow-up. Ms. Tapahi, does this legislation meet the requirements for UUFB funding?
Not at this time, not in the present form, Mr. Chair.
And let's add that with emphasis, committee members. And let's, Ms. Benali, could we then put that in the committee report? Committee is not the final authority. And so we, even though we have a problem with it, it moves on. Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Chair?
I know that this won't prevent the legislation from moving on if the sponsor elects to progress it, but I'll motion to table this legislation until all of the appropriate forms needed for a UUFB request are obtained and available for amendment to the legislation.
Committee members, we have a motion. Table until the proper budget forms and correspondence are in place.
Chair?
Committee members, do I hear a second to the motion? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Okay. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, we're wanting to...
Chair, committee members. Again, Chair, committee members, and everyone that's listening online. On this legislation, I am gonna be a co-sponsor. Gonna go to Winter Rock tomorrow to sign off on the legislation because we feel that it's very important. In the past, my colleagues, we've done something like this for a school, which is in Peru, which provided 120% high good education to our Navajo kids, and they were in a dire need of school buses, and that's St. Bonaventure's. And they I don't know how to express this, but their love for the Navajo kids has been shown, and this is the same way to how we see Rehoboth that provides care for and education for our Navajo kids. I was just there a couple of weeks ago watching the Roo Hawks and play Rehoboth, and we support our kids. That's all we all say, my colleagues. We support our young kids. We want them to succeed. And this is why this legislation was provided, so we can help the school and provide good education for your kids. I see the band class. I see the sports that Rehoboth has, and then also the academic portion that has succeeded as well. And so I would just ask my colleagues, when I sign off the co-sponsor, I'll help Mr. Halona to get all the required budget that is needed. It was stated, my colleagues, that our attorneys stated that we can pass this legislation, but amendments can be added on to budget and finance. And I would just ask my colleagues, please, let's do that. And I'll help, and you know, and Mr. Halona, and getting the required paperwork for budget and finance, and then on to NABI, and then to the council. So I just want to share my concern, my plea with my colleagues to let's pass this legislation and move it forward, and so our kids can benefit from this. So Chair and colleagues and staff and everyone that's listening, that's all I would have to say. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yazzie. Who won between the Ruhawks and Rehoboth then?
Rehoboth was too strong, but I'm going to have to admit something. I was rooting for Theroux. But you know, our boys tried to catch up. But anyhow, Rehoboth beat us.
Let me back up the committee a little bit. Miss Angelica Benali, Mr. Chad Abeda, in the report, committee report to BNF, how do we incorporate the statement from OLC that the requirements for UUFB have not been met, pending the proper budget forms, the proper memo from ONB and OOC? How do we incorporate that into the committee report? Even though and I realized that there was no second to tabling it, so I realized that it's going to be a due pass. Committee members and Ms. Benali and Ms. Ahi, as well as Mr. Abeda.
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, this is Angelita Benali. I believe that the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, being the first assigned committee to review this legislation, and you wish to pass it, you can issue a directive that this is the legislation is being referred to Budget and Finance Committee, provided that the completed budget forms for 2022 are submitted, along with a memorandum from OMB and Office of the Controller presenting the required analysis of the UUFB balance. And then you leave it to the Budget and Finance to make sure that those attachments are completed to as an attachment to the legislation. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee members, if you want to include it in the motion, that would be acceptable to the chair. But Ms. Benali placed before the committee. Honorable Begay, Honorable Juanica.
Oh, Viva.
Thank you, committee members. And then, without making Halona and Honorable Halona and Honorable Yazzie to quit so that they won't fidget in their chairs, let's take it to a vote. Mr. Mose.
Supervisor. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Green. Honorable Pernell Halota.
Laura was green.
Honorable Pernell Halota votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Carl Russell Slater votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Chair, a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed, the chair not voting. Thank you for the folks from Rehoboth Christian School. Ms. Benali, second legislation. It's 6B.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. 6B is legislation number 0014-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and the Naval committees, supporting and recommending the passage of United States Senate Bill 1740, titled Schools and State Budget Certainty Act of 2021. Sponsor is Delegate Daniel E. So. And the legislation does move on to the Resource and Development Committee. Mr. Chair.
Motion.
Whoa. Hang on, committee members. Vice Chair Slater, I'm going to hand over the virtual gavel to you to preside over this particular legislation.
Thank you, Schnei. Okay, the chair will now entertain a motion now that the legislation's been read into the record.
Motion Wanika. Second, Delegate Begay.
I recognize the motion from Delegate Wanika and the second from Delegate Begay. Committee members, do you have questions or discussion on this legislation? Going twice. Going 3 times. Mr. Mose, can you please proceed to roll call vote on the legislation?
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halota. Honorable Pernell Halota. Honorable Pernell Halota votes green. Sir, Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green.
Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Vice Chair vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mose. I'll hand the gavel back over to Chair Sells.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate, so I apologize. I was in another meeting. I vote in favor.
Never mind, before we pass it over, we'll recognize the vote from Delegate Charlene So that'll make the tally 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Sure.
Thank you, committee members and Vice Chair Slater. I guess you threw the gavel over the mountain and I caught it over here.
Like Thor's hammer.
Miss Angelita Benali, let's go to item 6C, is it?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, item C is, 6C is legislation 0020-21, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving the amended plan of operation for the Navajo Division of Social Services. The legislation is assigned to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, who has the final authority for this legislation. The legislation is, the sponsor is Delegate Pernell Halona. And the legislation has been electronically read into record. Attached is Exhibit B, which is the Navajo Division of Social Services Plan, Office of the Executive Director Plan of Operation. And along with the, thereafter is Attachment 1 with the organizational chart. And also the number 2 is the, another copy of the, or a copy of the Navajo Department of Family Services Plan of Operation with the new language and strike-throughs of the changes in the plan of operation. Also attaches the Department of Family Services organizational chart. Also, the third plan of operation is the Navajo Department for Self-Reliance Plan of Operation. It includes, and there's language change with strike-through deleted language within the plan of operation. Also attached to that is the Department for Self-Reliance organizational chart. Number 4 is the Navajo Division of Social Services Navajo Developmental Disabilities Program Plan of Operation. And it indicates a strike through of the plan of operation in its entirety. Also attaches the Navajo Family Assistance Services Program. And that's the 5th plan of operation. And it indicates the new language for the plan of operation in its entirety, along with the Navajo Family Assistance Service Program organizational chart. Exhibit B is the review from forms from DOJ indicating their review, and it indicates the comments as sufficient. The it also includes the letter, the transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel to the sponsor, and it indicates the dates that the legislation was available for public comment. One comment opposing the plan of operations is Dr. Laura M. Mike, and also a second comment, Renee Jones, and their letters are attached to the legislation as public comments. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee members, the legislation is on the table.
Chair?
What is the wishes of the committee? Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
I think the request that I would make is that we don't do a motion in a second right now, because if we do that, then we'll have to go and table it in order to have a work session. But I would sincerely appreciate the opportunity to have a more in-depth discussion with the Division of Social Services, and we've tried to move. I'm sorry, there's someone who's driving and it's just incredibly distracting. Can that person mute their phone?
It's Halona.
Okay. I was just thinking that we could move past this legislation. It'll move to the next agenda. You can schedule a work session, get a fuller understanding. Delegate Charlene So, I think, is presenting before RDC. I've had to host them here today, and this committee should have an opportunity to have a fuller conversation with social services. So that's my thought. Or we could motion second and then table to have a work session. But those are my thoughts, Chair. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Honorable Delegate Edison Wanika.
Yeah, Chair, members of the committee, I agree with Honorable Slater that we need to have a work session on this. We usually do that before we make any amendments. I kind of disagree with organizational chart, having a division director, a deputy director, and then a program manager 3, and the support staff right under that. So the support staff should take care of most of the responsibility from the deputy director. Things like that, I think we need to question certain parts of the plan of operation. So I don't know what will be your preference. If Honorable Slater would motion to table it, I'd like to second that, or like he said, maybe we can just move to the next agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, committee members. Ms. Angelita Benali, Mr. Chatabeda. I called the legislation to the table. Now there's 2 comments for a work session or to just defer it to the next agenda pending a work session. In the rules of the committee, how do we best proceed?
Chair, this is Chad Abeda.
Oh, Mr. Abeda, you have the floor.
Under Title II, under the legislative process, it says that you can table the legislation, and this legislation, HESI has final approval, so you can table it, and you have to state how many days or specific days, and then you can remove it from table status to entertain it again.
Mr. Abeda, so the question is, I have to have a motion and a second to approve it, and then the committee can then do a motion to table and request a work session, and then to address it to a time when it could come back to the committee.
Yes, or you could just state it with a specific directive, just like you said, like to have the work session first, and then entertain it again.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Arlene with OLC.
Go ahead, Ms. Tapahi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Taking a look at the committee rules, Rule 18, 18A says, a tabling motion shall include specific directives as to when the legislation will be reconsidered. So the committee could appropriately issue a directive stating that a work session will be held, and after the work session has been held, then the legislation can be placed back on the agenda for the Health and Human Services Committee. So that's according to Rule 18A under the committee rules. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Basic question. Do I recognize a motion to adopt it? Then after that, do we do the motion to table with specific timelines and directives?
I believe the proper thing would be simply to motion to table rather than motioning to adopt it.
Thank you.
and then the vote on the tabling motion. Thank you.
So in that respect, Vice Chair Slater, do you wish to restate your motion to table?
Well, don't we have to entertain a motion and a second to entertain the legislation first?
That was my question to Ms. Tapahi. And she stated do the motion to table. Based on your thoughts, let me redirect them. Committee members, I think in prior work we've done with this committee, we had the motion to adopt, and then based on the thinking of the committee, we had a motion to table and to schedule a work session. Let's do that. I would feel much better. And I think our vote would not be called into question based on that. The committee members have, the chair is open to a motion to adopt the agenda.
Motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion by Honorable Delegate Edison Winika, second by Honorable Paul Begay. Committee members, it's there for your discussion.
Chair, I'll motion to table the legislation until we can conduct a work session with the Division of Social Services on this update of the plan of operations.
I recognize the motion to table and the second by Honorable Delegate Edison Winika. Tabling motion does not call for debate or discussion. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Need a time frame, Chair.
The motion said until we can have a work session. So in that respect, committee members, we talked about going to DC, and so that's going to have an effect. Could we then say before the end of the month or at the the last Wednesday of the month? 23rd? Or we could do the 21st, a special day for the work session.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Benali?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Can I suggest possibly 30 days? That way it would give the committee latitude to, in case, the scheduling of any kind of other meetings or travel. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Slater and Delegate Winika. As recommended by legislative staff, 30 days, table for 30 days. Pending a
Chair,
work
can I ask a
session.
question?
Yes, you may.
The final authority is Hess, correct? There's no code changes?
Yes. No code changes.
And could I ask of the sponsor if there are any other time exigencies where this would need to be updated And the reason I'm saying this is I'm thinking it could be tabled for no longer than 60 days. Just because I know all of our schedules are filling up pretty fast. I don't imagine this work session to be long. I could see it being an hour or two, but I think it's better to give ourselves more time because we don't need to use all of it if we don't have to.
If you wish 60 days, let's put it into the motion.
Chair Salona?
All right, Chair. Oh, sorry.
I concur.
Delegate Halona.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, Chair, I'd like to try to go with a shorter time frame and get this wrapped up. Because this legislation has been sitting over there in OLC for several months, and finally got it back. And it contains some legislation in there to have some money that was supposed to be going to the burial fund.
Honorable Delegate Halona, the plan of operation doesn't talk about funds. And I guess that's what I'm visualizing is got on a horse that was already saddled. They're asking you to pull this legislation, the saddled horse. So the exact intent and purposes and contents of the plan of operation, the committee is asking for the work session. And so that's the way I see it. So right now it rests with the moving parties.
Here, I'm going to amend my
I've
motion.
accepted
I'm
the
going to
motion.
say that we will table legislation to no later than March 31st to conduct a work session with the Division of Social Services.
Thank you for putting that timeline. Delegate Edison Wanika.
I concur.
Thank you. Moving parties. Again, tabling motion, no discussion. We met the requirements for the tabling motion by adding the timeline. With that, Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona. Honorable Purnell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona. Honorable Charlene So.
Honorable red.
Honorable Purnell Halona votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Carry a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you. Let the record show a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed, the chair not voting. So the legislation is tabled for no later than March 31. We go on to the next item. Ms. Angelita Benali, please review the next item.
Mr. Chair, that completes new business in section 6 for A, B, and C, which were legislations. Number 7 is old business, none. 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment, and next meetings. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. In regard to moving on to, let's see, item 7, there being none, go to item number 8. Within that, committee members' announcement. In the next few days, offer some dates where we can make a lobbying trip to Washington, D.C. Hopefully within, did I say 10 days? Offer some dates by email, and then from there we can schedule the appropriate correspondence. One, in previous meetings, we had proposed to meet with Miss Jillian Curtis of the Health and Human Services Department. She's a high member of the budget folks within the IHS, and then also now to meet with Tony Dearman, Aaron Pinto, and with officials from the U.S. Department of Education, respective of IDEA funding, pass-through funding to Sevier School District. Those would be the items. And Miss Angelita Banali, you'll probably have to get with Miss Karen Malone to get the name and the title of the proper official for the U.S. Department of Education. With Ayla, committee members, and we'll do it by communicating among ourselves and with staff. With that, committee members, and again, we're looking at the end of the legislative session on the New Mexico side ending within I think it's going to end at noon on the 18th of February. With that, we'll see how the education bills are proceeding. I've already gotten notice that not all the bills that were introduced related to the Yazzie Martinez, on which New Mexico PED had expressed support for, mainly the bills that were introduced by Representative Derek Lente. Some have moved on and some have stalled. And by email, I'll have my legislative district assistant provide the status of those bills. But Ayla, that would be my announcement, committee members. With Ayla, so was that Honorable Wanika?
Yes, sir.
So that's the way we'll proceed. And once we get some dates where the committee agrees on traveling to Washington, D.C. will request for OFT.
Yes, I agree, Chair. That's the only thing is, the Richfield dorm, that the time-wise is really pressing. We have to address it as soon as we can. Dates that we have, it seems like they're having a meeting on the 15th. So if it will help us to be included in that meeting. But the following week also is, I think, the Utah legislature's convening. I think they're in session. I think they have an Indian day, either the 23rd or 24th.
Both days.
Yeah, I think, or both days. And I think some of the delegates were planning on traveling on Tuesday, the 22nd, travel back on the 25th. That's another dates that are kind of going to make it hard to really plan the Washington trip right away.
Said lobbyist.
I don't know,
Hello?
Chair.
Hey, Angie. Good afternoon, Carlisle.
Yeah, Carlisle.
Got,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I got your email.
Mr. Navajo, you're unmuted.
It's going to the 1st of March, but I don't know. I'm just worried about the severe school district as far as getting their funding. The sooner we meet with people in Washington, I think it will really help us. Fair?
Committee members, I think Ms. Crane basically had said that they possibly could give notice to staff within 60 days from that school board meeting that they're going to have. So we can make the trip the first week of March. That would also fit in that 60 days. And I'm sure it'll take some days to also schedule an itinerary. Most notable would be the congressional representatives from Utah, most notably Senator Mitt Romney. But in this case, rather than focusing on the minority staff, we do have to look at scheduling meetings with the majority members of the Appropriations Committee and also the Senate Finance Committee, as well as the Senate Indian Affairs Committee, the majority members. That would be my thoughts going forward. So again, after some much needed back and forth, I'm thinking the first week of March.
I'll make that motion, Chair. Second, look at again.
Honorable Monica and Honorable Begay. That'll highlight some logistics going to Washington, D.C. Committee members, there's no other further discussion. Let's put that to a vote. Mr. Mose.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Benali?
Yes, Mr. Carlisle Begay got back to me. What he's going to do is email preferable dates where Congress will be in Washington and when meetings with congressional representatives or senators can be made. So, and then I'll forward those dates on to the HES members.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee members, Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
No, that's green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Committee members, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We'll wait for the appropriate dates. With that, chair's open for the motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Delegate Begay.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green.
Hello, votes green.
Got you. Got you, Honorable Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, adjourned at 3:06 p.m.
Thank you, committee members, for staying focused on our work. I appreciate that. And staff, thank you for facilitating the actions of the committee. To all the folks that are on the call, thank you for listening to the proceedings of the committee. With that, committee members, take care of yourself, stay safe, travel safe, and Cecilia, it sounded like you have a cold. Take care of yourself. We appreciate your focus on the work of your district and each of the delegates. We appreciate your focus on the needs of the district chapters that you represent. It's hard work. We don't always satisfy each and every one of our constituents. But the main focus of this committee is the health and the education and the human services for the newborn all the way to the elderly. Thank you. We are in adjournment.
Thank you, Chair. Have a good day.
Oh, go on that.